Hello, tier listing tubers. This is a new one for me, and welcome back to my wrap-up conclusion for my summer stream game of Xcom2 with a whole bunch of mods, notably TED Jam Plus, and a whole variety of stuff that I'm sure I talked about way more than technically necessary. As you can see here, 100 soldiers. Not exactly 100 classes, although actually pretty close, I think. So, what I want to do for this video is talk about why I stopped, because we didn't actually beat the game, and two, kind of give an overview of the classes, because this is my favorite part of the mod pack, I think, without a doubt, is all the new classes. And I think a lot of modders are put a lot of effort into making cool, fun, interesting to play, different niches of classes and soldier compositions that I think is really well done. So I'm going to do that. I've got a little criteria I'll talk about in a minute, and I've got a standard tier list from Tier Maker that we can go through. I've never done one of these before on my channel, and I kind of always thought this would be fun to do, and I've been thinking about it. This is what I want to do for my send-off. So just to give you an idea in game, if you missed the series, we did get pretty far into the late game. Like, basically, we could probably go beat it if I really wanted to. I'm trying to do that victory lap where you show off all the gear and tech at the late game, but we are probably able to go beat it if we wanted at this point. We have a naming pack. That's where all the customizations came from, and I did get everyone to Master Sergeant eventually. Basically means I stopped using the lower rank people, so I have a pretty full example of all the different classes, and you can technically see all the class names in this little submod. It does do some overlap. I'm not going to worry about every single robot or whatever, but yeah. They also, technically speaking, a lot of the class mods have updated over the course of the Let's Play. I tried to give them all an update like mid-July or August, so they were all equally updated, and then I reviewed them all. There's like I don't have it enabled right now, but there's a console command that lets you basically respec people instantly rather than waiting in-game years to do it all. Because there's quite a few people that had completely different skill trees than the way I used them, because the mods updated them, basically. So I tried to update them all. They might not still be updated, but they're as good as I can get it, and I'm not going to redo the whole thing again. So anyway, that's kind of like the baseline. Now, to answer the first question I said for my agenda for today's video, is why did I stop? Well, the main reason is the game is falling apart. It's got more crashes. It takes forever to load the game. So if it does crash, it's taking me 5, 10, 15 minutes with all the loading screens, transitions, getting back into the game if I'm in the middle of a battle or something. And it's driving me crazy, wasting my time. I think the late game gameplay is still good, and I wish I could more easily play with it, because I still want to see some of the cool. There's quite a few like really powerful enemy units that I haven't run into yet, or at least don't have their bodies to get their gear. And I was really hoping to get all that, and my completionist side of me was pushing me to do all that, but the game with all these mods on my computer is just not cooperating. And it's becoming less fun the more time I have to sit looking at a loading screen, basically. And most missions are either trivially easy, in that there's like, a light mission with 8 to 10, and we pretty much just stomp them with Master Sergeants. Or it's a trick, and there's actually Requiem units that I don't understand that are new, and they just kill everybody because they have... If you're not willing to reload, which, you know how that goes, safe's coming. There's definitely some, like, Requiem, sort of the late game superpowered aliens that have pretty custom mechanics for killing your guys, and abilities that, unless you really go slow and double check every ability, and they've got like 10, 20 plus abilities sometimes on the really high ranking ones, and they don't always describe what they do very well. So sometimes it's like, by the way, if this guy gets to shoot you, you just die, or in 2 turns you die, or this guy gets free reactions and ignores all your lightning reflexes. Like, there's a bunch of stuff like that makes it really difficult to play, and I understand they added a lot of those kind of mechanics to make it more challenging when your soldiers are super overpowered, but it is becoming too much of a slog for me. It's too hard. The game, it's like the base game, even with the mods, doesn't do a very good job presenting information to the player, at least not to what I would like right now. Anyway, that's the main reason. I will also say the streams were not getting tremendous viewership, so it didn't seem like it was a huge priority on the channel because, obviously not a ton of people were attending, and it was getting quite long, which always drags it out. And also, YouTube changed a couple of its... I don't want to bitch about YouTube too much, but, as is tradition. I used to get all, comments emailed to me, my personal email, so I could, keep track of when people are like, hey, how does this work? Or, all the YouTube comments that are usually good, and then you just block all the people that are jerks. But that was, the interaction was fun for me, and if there's not a lot of people watching the streams, I was hoping, people would at least watch the videos and leave some comments eventually, and then, that's kind of the my standard style on my channel. Anyway, YouTube changed how the notification system went, so I stopped getting those. So it seemed like, without really digging in very deeply, that, they weren't being watched at all or commented on. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to put in a ton of effort on a game that I'm already struggling with if no one's watching it. But what it really was they just stopped sending me the notifications. And I can still find comments, so if you are wondering why I haven't replied to your comments in the last few months, YouTube changed things, and I wasn't aware that people, the direction of me getting access to those comments now is different, and just very frustrating. Anyway, that's kind of the culmination of why I decided to call it quits. Just taking too long, and it's going really slowly, and I'm getting impatient. Anyway, that said, I probably won't be looking in-game too often, except if I need to reference character stats or abilities, because I have not memorized every single class, and it's been a couple of months since I played. I'm doing this pretty late. I'm recording this in October. I haven't actually played for a couple, 3 months. I can't remember the last stream, but I kept thinking I'd go back to it, and I'm like, you know what, just leave it, make a video wrapping up, and this is it. So I'm a little bit rusty. The music, of course, as usual, is just some Pixel Remaster Final Fantasy soundtrack. You probably recognize it, if you can hear it. Just something nice to listen to while I yammer on and on and on. Or yap, as the kids call it, right? Yeah, got to stay in touch with the youth. Anyway, let's switch over to the tier list. Now, this is not going to be a super duper, thorough criteria, but I do hear having some sort of criteria is a good way to start. Obviously, this is my for fun list based on my experiences. I'm not trying to say I have the absolute final say. I play the way I play. I know other people play differently, and my experiences are my own. But I do know that a lot of people are interested in this mod pack, and if there's 100 classes, you don't have time necessarily to test them all. So part of this is to describe a little bit about each class and what I think is good or bad about them. I have listed these criteria on screen in approximate order of priority for the ranking system. I actually think absolutely the most important quality of any of these classes is how good they are early game. And that's mostly their squaddy abilities. I think Ranger in specific is really good because it starts with the ability to shoot twice. Stuff like that is really, there's just some abilities that just, you start with them at low rank and it just carries you through the entire game. And the early game tends to be generally one of the hardest areas of these XCOM games. So that is the most important thing for these classes. Second, of course, mid to late game performance, the higher level ability choices, they still have a very large impact on the game. It's just, by then you've got lots of other options in theory. You can craft items, you can shore up your weaknesses at that point with other tricks. Whereas in the early game, your choices are quite limited. But I would still say mid to late game performance, usually high level perks, high level abilities, they're still very important for what makes a good class, because, well, that's what the class mostly is. Equipable, they have equipment types they can use, the type of guns they can use, and the perks they can pick on level up. That's what really defines a class for the most part. There might be technically stats and stat growths. I'm not aware of them. Those are hidden from the player, of course, and with mods it's even harder. But in theory, a sniper has their aim growth higher on average than an assault, a shotgun guy. But I don't know those numbers, and it is randomized because it's XCOM, so I'm not really factoring that in too much. Necessity. Now, this is a tricky one, but the way I play, and the way I think is at least somewhat optimal, has certain predefined roles on a squad. Now, it depends on the mission type. You guys know XCOM2. There are missions with short timers and durations. There are missions with no timers. There are missions where you get 5 people, or 8, or 10, or 12 deployments. So depending on the mission type, necessity is different. But there's a couple key things that I think are basically mandatory with this mod pack, and maybe just smart playing in XCOM 2 in general. I very highly suggest always having a stealth unit that can remain stealthed. Especially with larger squad sizes, it's not costing you as much like damage output, but the ability to pick and choose your interactions is like one of the most powerful abilities in the game. So necessity typically means someone who can be stealthy, maybe someone with squad sight who can take advantage even more punishingly using that. Other necessities, I do like to have hacking. It's not quite as high on the list of things, but having a remote hacker to disable, well, even just to get the objectives and stuff, like, you know, gremlins and stuff are pretty darn useful. Other types of things, like, I would say in the mid to late game, having some psionic abilities is nice, but not necessary. So, like, necessity for me mostly is, like, a few specific classes, typically stealth and sniping. Just, I like to have one of each on most missions, unless it's like a rush, in which case snipers kind of suck. Liabilities. Now, this is probably the next most important, and this is where it gets contentious. I know people are going to get mad. A huge liability is melee. If you can only attack via swords in melee, that means you're very likely to run up and activate the rest of the map when you attack. It's kind of like point-blank shotgunning, but even worse, because you can't at least try a long-range shot. So a huge liability is, of course, any melee-only units. It's not... Having a sword doesn't mean you suck. Only having a sword means it's a huge liability. If you can't shoot and maybe sword when it's appropriate. So that's a big, big liability. There's other liabilities like low mobility, just low health, being like easy to kill, or low willpower. But class-based liabilities aren't so much statistical generally. So it tends to be what weapon choices do they have, how like, also I would say like swords tend to be the big one. The other one is primaries that use the flamethrower or chem thrower models, because it's so short and you can do friendly fire most of the time. So there's a bunch of things like that that I'm going to consider negatives in terms of tier list. Simplicity. I actually have as I get older, I think this is really important. I don't want every class to be simple, but simple tends to be easier to remember, and when you're trying to remember a million things in a complicated strategy game, that is good. So if you can make a class of powerful units that are also relatively easy to use, that's probably better than a similarly powerful tier group of squad that requires like a PhD in statistical probability to use everybody, and you have like, you know, flow charts of different actions and reactions depending on how things go. That can be fun for some people, and I still do like it sometimes. But when you've got big maps, maybe there's a point where you have too many abilities and they get a little bit too complicated. Again, it's on the lower side of the tier list. General utility, this is even lower. This is probably the lowest mechanical one. And this is just like how versatile a class is. There are some classes that can really fill a lot of niches. The mercenary comes to mind, where you can kind of equip whatever you want on them and they can be okay at pretty much any role you need. That's a good improvement, even if they're not the best sniper. But being able to turn them into a sniper temporarily is really good. Other general utility is having, like, I mean, item slots are kind of ubiquitous. They're not unique to classes anymore. There's no, this class gets more item slots than others, like in vanilla. But certain equipment slots are just more general use than others. Like a sword is not very utility purposed. They can only do one thing. But if you can equip, you know, an SMG, an assault rifle, a shotgun, maybe a sniper rifle, some variety of different weapons, that helps a lot, I find. And also, there are different perks. General utility is also probably where I'd class a lot of the perks, the abilities that are like, you know, guaranteed damage and like crowd control CC kind of things from being able to like stun or paralyze enemies is definitely like a very happy use. That might even be higher priority than the bottom of the list here. And then finally, I just have my personal preference. Some of these classes just I like. You know, they had a good story in the Let's Play, and or like the naming is nice, or just the style is good kind of thing. But again, that's kind of the bottom of the tier list. I'm not trying to argue I'm completely objective. I'm just saying, you know, there's a little bit of room for me to have some of that. I might open this once or twice just to refer to it as we go. In terms of tiers, I did add a lot of tiers because there's a lot of classes, and if I just have like 3, they're gonna get full. So S, A, B, C, D, E, F. F is like basically the worst of the worst, the garbage units. You can probably guess what's gonna get there. S tier is going to be the best of the best that I would basically always take if I was really trying to min-max. I would have one of these on every single squad. And then A is like good, you should probably use them. B is becoming more like just above average. C is probably average.
D is below average, E is why are you bringing them, and F is don't bring them ever. So I would just think of it in terms of, you know, I would always suggest bringing the higher ones at S, and F I would probably like bench and just not even bother recruiting. In terms of other, like, I'll probably explain it more as we go through it, but there's a lot of classes to fit in, so we better just get started. Now, I have all their symbols, if they have them, and I've got the names below them as well if I have space to type in the names. It might be hard to see, but I'll talk about them as we go. So I'm going to start with agents, just because it's alphabetical, sort of, except for the ones I moved around accidentally. Now, I'm not sure where agent is going. I'm just putting them on the screen here to get started. I'm actually going to in-game pop them open, just because it's going to be easier for me if I can refer to their actual stuff while we're doing it. Agents, though, are built for either shotgunning or snipers, and they hack, but without a gremlin. And they have, I believe, the highest hacking stat, but it's only for, like, terminals that they stand next to. I don't think you can do it on enemies or anything. So, is that, like, good? Well, in my playthrough, that hacking ability was rarely very valuable. It was nice to have someone who could reliably hack a terminal and get a reward, but the lack of long-range gremlin hacking was definitely not that important. Just looking at their general build. I also have like a spreadsheet where I had all this stuff in it, but I'm not opening that up today or my computer might light on fire. Yeah, they've kind of got like a melee build with knives, a sniper build, and a... is that kind of it? I thought they had a shotgun build. I'm pretty sure they do, yeah. I don't know. This is a hard one to start with, honestly, because they're kind of a weird mix. But yeah, they're definitely meant to go SMG for mobility and knifing, or sniper rifle for sniping, or shotgun for, you know, get up close and shoot things. Their default abilities, I'm gonna say not great. Damn good ground, knife fighter, and run-in slice. It's okay. They do have some of the OP special abilities where they get like 2 perks in 1 when they level up. And that helps. But I think what I ended up doing with my agent was they have the ability to get permanent concealed as long as they don't attack. And that was good enough. But they're not the best stealth unit. And maybe they are going to be like C or D, honestly. I'm gonna say my overall experiences was a little bit below average. I'm going to start with that. I don't really have a lot of memorable agent experiences, other than that their hacking stat is really high. I don't really like the knife fighters very much as a primary, damage dealing. I don't really want to get into it every single time, but as you guys know, melee is a big whole can of worms. And they're not they can get most of the sniping picks, but not all of them. They're not like a dedicated sniper, so they're not going to get full sniper marks. But I would say, like, reasonable utility. They can do a couple different roles, and they can definitely stealth, which is always nice to have if that's what you need. So, yeah, I will say D for now, maybe C. And let's just get going. Miner. Now, I'm pretty sure this guy is going to be my first auto F. This one, I actually think might be the worst class I have. Maybe not. We'll see. There's other ones that are going to be in contention. The miners are a subset of Reapers, I think, from War of the Chosen. But they just use those blast mines, and for the most part, they're supposed to be stealthy, laying those huge mines that they're basically so large of an explosion, you risk hitting yourself or just blowing up your own cover because you can't throw them any further. And in fact, once you upgrade the radius of the explosives, there are some types of blast mines that you can't not destroy your own cover when you throw it. So, you have to, like, throw on turn 1 and then move out of the way before an enemy walks into it. Makes them really hard to use. They can eventually be a stealth unit, but I actually had a really hard time getting any value out of them. Their primary niche of these giant specialty mines, I do not think they're very good. Their other builds are kind of stealth-focused, or... I mean, there's kind of a hollow targeting pistol thing. It's nothing too exciting. I actually think their main build is not really usable. And they did get buffed in a couple of patches, but I'm going to spend very little time on them because I think they're pretty garbage. Moving on. Can't spend too long on every single one or we'll never get done. Akimbo. Now,
These guys, early game, very, very good. Pistols are very cheap to build, so as you're getting into laser tech, you can build 2 laser pistols pretty easily. It's one of the cheapest, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the cheapest weapon type when you're struggling for money and resources. So I'd say early game, really good. I don't think they hold up as well into the late game. Pistols don't scale as well in terms of base damage. But the fact that you get 2 shots is cool. The problem is your second shot, I think, does half damage, mechanically speaking. So it's not as good as you'd hope. I think they're a bit better if you can get some status effects on the guns. So like if you can get the blue screen rounds, right? Because then +3 or whatever the number is, damage to robotics, that'll bump up ×2 because you got 2 guns, right? So stuff like that works really well. I think because they are so good in the early game, I'm going to start at B. But they're not going to be like an A ranker because they don't hold out as well. And I'm not a huge fan of like the trick shots. They've got a bunch of melee pistol strikes that don't really impress me. I like they're really good at like reloading. They've got a good Overwatch pistol build. They can get like no range penalty on pistols. Like they start with dual wielding and no range penalty pistols and like covering fires. So they've got good reaction builds. It's just, you know, as usual, the damage is a bit low. It's hard to get a reliable kill. They're good at finishing things off, and I definitely had some fun early on, and I still like my Akimbo, so my personal preference pumps them up just a little bit. Next up is Arsonists. This one's going to be a lot lower for sure. Now there's like 3 dedicated arson fire type classes in this mod pack. I always forget exactly which one's which, because, you know, they're similar. The main downside is they can only equip chem thrower flamethrowers, cryolators. And I don't think that's a very good primary weapon. It's good secondary, but as a primary, not really my main thing. They also get... So arsonists are the ones that get canisters that can do extra special effects with their flamethrower. They do not get a rocket launcher or a pistol. Like, you can always... Anyone can equip a pistol if you want to pay the mobility tax, basically. But no free pistol, effectively. I'm trying not to include the pistols as sidearms because anyone can do that, and I generally don't because it slows them down. But yes, it would probably make them a little better to bring them a pistol. It's just now you're trading mobility to be a secondary pistol wielder, which anyone can do. That's nothing unique about this class. That's kind of my logic there. So what's the point of an arsonist? I don't know. I guess if you can get some good AoE at short range, they're pretty good against Lost. You know, reasonably. They can panic on flamethrowers. They can corrode armor. They can inflict statuses and stuff with it. But I find the flamethrowers miss all the time. You know, cover seems to block your aim. You can't actually see your accuracy percentage when you're making the shot, so it's a little bit harder to decide if it's worth it, and then they miss. I have had a couple fulminations, which is when they shoot flame and it triggers any explosive, like, grenades in the target, and then those set off a chain reaction. I've done that, like, once or twice to really impressive effect, but usually you don't want to do that because you'll kill your friends if you're not positioned carefully, and it's just a little tricky to set up. But there is some good abilities in here. I'm going to say it's not an F, but I think this is a solid start to E, where generally this is not a class I enjoyed much. They might even be technically F, but I think they are more usable than the minor, which is weird because I did not use them very much. You know what? I'm just going to put them in F, but higher than minor. I still don't think I would ever... If I was making my squads and I had free choice of the whole roster, I don't think I would pick an arsonist. I think the other flamethrower guys are a little better, so I'll save room for them. Aspirant. Now, this is one that's a little bit more on the complicated end. It's a mix off of the what's it called? The psychic Templar. Yeah. Not a pure psyop, but a Templar. Now, the good news for Aspirant... Oh, sorry, it's not. It is, technically, but it's the Sniper Psychic, right? Sorry, I mixed up some of these classes, definitely. So this is a dedicated Sniper, I think. I don't actually think they get any other builds. And I generally just tested their Psychic abilities. They got a bunch of buffs. They can give allies run and gun. They can conceal other people. They can do some pretty cool stuff. Their sniper build isn't super dedicated. It's a bit more like a
an oversight sniper to some degree, covering fire and cool under pressure, stuff like that. You know, the kind of reaction type shooting. So I'm gonna put them. Maybe C is okay. Like kind of like I like snipers. I tended to use them a lot, and they leveled up quickly because they got a lot of kills. This one isn't my favorite. They definitely focus a bit more on the psychic stuff. But they don't really have like a direct attack. They don't have like direct damage psychic. It's all buffing. And maybe on like higher difficulties, the buffing is more important. But on the difficulty I played on, I generally focus more on getting kills. And they do have like really cool, and like if you get into their max rank, they can get liminal tides, which lets them unleash a cataclysmic wave, which I believe is the same thing one of the Chosen uses on you. I've never actually managed to pull it off, but in theory you can make this giant AoE. But that's at the end of the game anyway. You have to get there. And this was probably my slowest to level 1. So I'm going to say decent. I don't think they're a bad pick. I just think they're pretty middle of the road. Nothing really seems super impressive other than they have a sniper rifle and they can do some cool buffs. But there are better snipers and there are better psychics. So I'll leave them there for now. We'll see how this goes. Assault Trooper. So some of these are going to be from the Advent mods. That's why they're colored a little differently. You can also get bonus points in the comments if you can tell me what some of these icons even are. I've never looked at them very closely, but like I can't, like the Advent ones, usually half of them is the Advent symbol and then the other half is hopefully something related to class, like an explosion. Like that's fine. But some of these icons, I cannot tell you what they could possibly be. So Assault Trooper, sorry, I'm just pulling up on my notes here to talk about him a little bit. This is the shotgun. So one of the things, like whenever we're talking the Advent troops, they all have kind of unique armor and weapons. They don't share gear with the rest of the team, so that can be a bit of a boon or a penalty depending on how you look at it. Their gear is cheaper. Their default price of gear is cheaper than a regular armor and weapons. However, you have to make it for them, or a small, like 2 or 3 of them, basically. Whereas once you make a sniper rifle, any sniper can normally wear it. Where is this guy? Assault Trooper. Okay, here he is. This is one of the green ones now. Did they change? Maybe they changed. Sorry, I'm confused here a second. That's the bio. Oh, man. I clicked bio assault, not regular assault. Sorry. My like in game, this is what I was saying. Like the loading times in game are really bad right now. So even just like clicking on soldiers to get some of this info is painful. Okay, so yeah, Assault Trooper, Advent, they have kind of a unique weapon set. They get special assault shotguns and a grenade launcher. So they have like I would say just off the start, that's a pretty good combo. Grenade launchers are good distance AoE. They also can get a heavy weapon slot for free, basically. And then shotguns are good up close. So like if you're going to use a shotgun as a primary, I like to have something that works at longer range. And a shotgun is the kind of thing that will cover that. So good synergy there. I would actually say on average, probably the Advent classes are a bit stronger, maybe by design. So they might all be kind of in the C and higher ranking. It's kind of my gut reaction here. But yeah, this guy definitely has like a pretty standard shotgun build if you want to go assaults, just get up close and shoot. It can also improvise some grenades and really build into its grenade build, which gets some like laser grenades and mag grenades, some of the really cool ones actually. And I really like the classes that can just create their own grenades mid-mission. It tends to work really well in my playstyle if you're a little bit, not like turtle, but not rushing basically. Yeah, they get focus. Yeah, stuff like this. This is one of those. Focus is an ability that means on your Overwatch, you hit no matter what the percentage is. Just one shot. First shot hits forever. It's crazy good on shotguns who have like 0% chance to hit, usually on Overwatch. This just means you automatically hit your first shotgun, and shotguns do a lot of damage. So, yeah, I think because it's a shotgun, I'm going to reserve the A ranks. I think they are not going to very often be short-range units. But this is definitely one of the better shotgun builds. Maybe the best one. So I'm definitely going to put him in B. I could put him in A. I think... I'm just looking at his stuff. It's pretty darn good.
The ability to generate grenades, the ability to do pretty good shotgun builds if you're into that. Focus is amazing. But do you need one of these guys? The grenades, in terms of like, I forgot when I was doing the whatever this is called, the criteria. The necessity. Actually, explosives was one of the necessities. A way to destroy cover, do some area of effect damage. That's pretty high up on the priority system. And this I'm going to give him some bonus points for that. First one we're talking about on the tier list here is the ability to actually destroy cover. And this is a guy that can do it. So that's going to get him an A rank. I think. Some of these are subject to change as we fill them up, but I think that's a good starting place. He's definitely a strong unit. It's weird putting a shotgun guy this up high, because I don't think they're usually that strong in my playstyle. A lot of my shotgun units just barely got used. Speaking of which, the assaults. Next up on the list here. One thing, of course, is you can. I'll just mention here while we're going through it. You can always try to fix classes that need mobility, like swords and shotguns, by giving them speed PCSs. I'm really not trying to factor that into the overall rating system because you can give a PCS to anyone. Aim, speed, whatever. They're pretty rare, the really good ones. And there's also some gene modding in the mod pack that can also give you some mobility and stuff. But basically, because those can be applied to anyone equally, it's not unique to the class. In fact, I would probably call it a liability if a class kind of needs a PCS to function. If you suck without plus 2 or 3 speed, your base level power is kind of a bit lower, right? Whereas if you're just fine at 15 speed, the standard, that's good. But if you need 17 or 18 or higher to really get value, and then therefore you have more demand for those rare resources, that's not really a good thing. Even if you can overcome it and become strong, it's something you have to overcome to get there, basically. I'd rather take someone who's already strong and make them stronger, if that makes sense. Anyway, the assault is kind of your standard shotgun, and I think there might just be the C tier is just full of the default classes, because assault is a standard long war class. It is your shotgun primarily with the arc stunner as well, I believe, which I almost never use, so I don't rate it very high. The arc blaster, it's short range, and it's kind of the same style as a shotgun. They're two short range weapons, which tends to mean it's not as much synergistic as I'd like. I'd rather have like a sniper with an arc thrower, or just a regular like rifle guy with an assault with a arc thrower, because then you've got like some option for short range and some option for long range. But yeah, shotguns do a ton of damage. They're good with crits and stuff. I'm probably gonna put this guy at like the bottom of C if I can remember. Assault is kind of boring, and just the way these maps are full of enemies, rushing in with run and gun to go kill something is just very likely to go trigger another group. Bio assault. Now this is there's gonna be a bunch of bio advent here in a row. These should be pretty easily an A rank, I think. Bio assaults, very similar to the assault trooper. They share some weapons, although no, they don't actually. Never mind, I lied. They have the same word in their name, but that's it. They have a special battle rifle, which is kind of like a heavy weapon, kind of like the LMG cannon style, to some degree anyway, and a melee weapon. So they've got a stun lance and a heavy rifle. That's a really good combo. We've got an option for melee if you need it, which can be very important, and you've got a good, powerful long-range attack. I'm down with this. Let's see. They also, let me see, do they get anything else for free for early game stuff? Yeah, they get like a stun attack with their lance. They get acid grenades, which is incredibly good for free in the early game. Not as amazing in the late game, but if you can get one of these guys early on, that's really powerful. I think this is definitely better than the assault trooper. They also have a knife. If you're they count knife fighter, right? So their stun lance is considered a melee, so all the melee weapon upgrades work, even though that's not usually what I'm too excited about. They can get double shot. Standard shots don't end your turn, which is really good for their heavy weapon. It has lots of ammo. They get center mass for extra damage. They get shredding. Yeah, I think you'll probably see a lot of A-ranked Advent guys, because I think This is just a heavy weapons guy that's just really good, and you can go with acid grenades. There's a grenade build, there's a knife build, there's a heavy cannon build. I love the heavy cannons. Bio barrier. I'm gonna guess this is a little bit worse, but let's see how it looks. We've got to speed this up. I can't spend too long on everybody. We've still got a lot of icons to go through. This is our first shield guy. So bio barrier, another advent unit that equips a shield, the custom bio shield for advent forces, as well as a shotgun. So shotgun plus shield. Yeah. Let's see what he's got. I kind of remember this guy might have some pretty cool free abilities. So he starts with a shield bash. He can deflect attacks just like the enemy bio troopers. So he's got like a 25% chance to just deflect. He's got less wound timer. Yeah, I don't think... I think this might have been the worst of my advent classes of all the ones I used. Shotgun plus shield. He's very tanky. He gets guard and armor. Like, you can build a tank, but that's generally not my playstyle. Having someone who's tanky is not quite what I'm hoping. And I don't see any really good, like, amazing picks on the skill tree here. There's no focus that has, like, an auto-hit Overwatch. There's just, like, the normal knife set and the defense set. I'm actually going to put him... high C rank. I think he's probably better than the normal assault. I like the shield probably more than the arc thrower at least. And I think because he's an advent guy, he's probably got a little bit of extra pizzazz. Like, he's a little better on average. But I also didn't get him until pretty late in the game, so I didn't get to play with this guy very much. So I don't have a lot to say about some of these units that... the advent guys take a while to recruit, so you might not get them early on. So we'll zoom through. Bio Captain... let me see here. The captains, I think, were generally pretty solid. So we've got... this is a regular rifle. No, SMG and stun lance. Probably not as good as the assault trooper with the heavy cannon and the lance. Same stun lance, basically. He's got a big grenade tree, but it focuses on neurotoxin grenades, which I think are one of the worst types of grenades in the mod pack, in my experience. I like the acid grenades way more. The neurotoxin one, and they don't have a grenade launcher, so they don't get like extra distance or area of effect size. But they've got a good grenade build if you're into that. They can get focus, but not till Master Sergeant. And it's only an SMG, which doesn't... the base damage is really weak. They've definitely got like an Overwatch build, a neurotoxin grenade build, and a kind of a run and gun SMG build. That doesn't seem too impressive. I might even put him in the D tier, actually. Is he better or worse than the Agent? That's kind of where I'm thinking right now. I think he might be a little bit better. But this might be one of the weaker... I mean, I said the Bio Barrier might have been one of the worst ones. This guy might even be worse. Just, I don't like primary SMG units very much. They need something else. The SMGs, especially in the early game, don't kill much. Once you're fighting anything with like 1 or 2 armor, they're doing almost no damage. And in the late game, it doesn't scale very well either. So, yeah, that might not be very strong. SMG is generally what I equip when I just want to move fast. So if you're stealthing, it doesn't matter. And if you've got a secondary weapon that's really powerful, then it doesn't matter. But if you need to do damage with your primary and it's an SMG, it's going to be a bad time. Next up is Bishop. If you remember the live streams, Let's Play, you might have an idea where this guy goes. Spoiler alert, not very good. Bishop. This is a fun... this one gets tons of bonus points for style. It's a very cool psionic class. The problem is, it equips the gauntlet like a Templar weapon, but it doesn't get a default melee attack. And you need to do something to generate focus points to use abilities. But you cannot just run over and attack an enemy with your psychic sword and generate key points. So they have key points, focus points. You can tell I've been playing some D&D. They get like dragon breath attacks. In one build, there's psionic attacking, like voltage, electricity, and stuff.
but those require generating it. And the idea is they're supposed to take damage to generate focus points to send cool abilities back. But that seems kind of pointless, because if they take damage, then they're either dead, or I need to be more careful and keep them out of the way. Which means I can't have them running up close and doing high damage melee attacks and other tricks. So, E or F, I tried really hard to make my bishop work. They make pretty good commanders for officer training, because they don't have anything else to do, but, I mean, anyone can be an officer if you want. For the amount of work I tried to get... How often did this guy... He's kind of like a flamethrower. I'll leave him in E, because there was at least a few times where I'm like, we managed to pull it off. It was pretty rare, though. I would say maybe a little bit more likely than the arsonist, because he's got like a shield. Like, one of the problems with the flamethrower guys is they have to get close, and then they're really fragile. At least this guy has a lot of armor and HP with the shield. So if he gets close to do his short-range breath attack, at least he might live. But yeah, pretty weak class. Not something I was really happy with by the end of the game. Blade Dancers. Yeah, bring out the edge. So here's our first pure melee only. You can probably not expect much out of a Blade Dancer. I believe they can only equip one sword. They can't dual wield. There's a different class that can dual wield. So this is very dependent on having a good sword. If you can get a high aim, good damage sword, that'll help. But if they miss their sword attack, they are just the worst. And of course, they need high mobility, high HP, high durability, and you need to not get unlucky and activate pods when they kill stuff. The pure sword guys, I think, are not nearly good enough on their own. They need something else. And maybe there are builds with items I'm not familiar with that you can make them better, but I only know the stuff I got to experience. So you can go stealth with them, in which case they are an okay stealth unit, because you can get phantom and all that. And if you think about it, a sword unit might not actually get into combat the first couple pulls in a map, because you're risking pulling more. So if they can stealth for that phase to help get good activations, then near the end of the map, when there's no longer a need to be stealthy because you've already activated everything on the map, then he can come out of stealth and do sword attack. So at least that combo stealth sword makes that there's some synergy there. Whereas like stealth sniper, not very good generally, because sniper you want to be using while you're stealth. It's kind of different. Anyway, this is the one that gets like sword attacks inflict poison status effects. And I think that's terrible, because you need to kill with your sword or you're in huge risk of dying. So sure, poisoning an enemy lowers their aim and mobility and stuff. Acid, shredding, those are all nice, but a sword unit for me is a finisher. They're only going to get used in desperate scenarios where you've got no other choice and when you want to just finish stuff off. And that's why if they miss, they're in real trouble. I will leave him... I think he's better than the bishop, but I think the pure sword guys are probably going to be pretty solidly E, if not F. Just because, as much as there's like Sky Fury Blade and Wind Caller's Fury, there's some really cool like anime sword attacks that are generally pretty strong. Most of the time he's just on the bench watching, because I can't risk activating, 5 more mutons. Bounty Hunter might be kind of mid-tier. This is another War of the Chosen style class based on it's another vector rifle. So this is our first of, I don't think the miner had a vector rifle, but he might have, I forget. But one of the vector rifle guys. This is a very complicated class. I'd say pretty high complexity. Not great early game. It definitely takes some time to build up. They're not really a stealth class like other... were these based on the Reaper, I think, right? Templar, Reaper, and the guy with the grappling hook. I always forget the names of the base ones, but so many classes I can't keep them track. But he's not the stealthy one. He's a shooty pseudo-sniper for the most part. You can go for a teleporting build where you shoot a bullet, teleport behind an enemy, and kill him. Of course, that puts you in the same problem with any other sword guy where you're rushing into an enemy formation and probably going to die. But he has ways of getting like extra turns. If he takes if he's revealed from stealth, he can shoot again. He's got like double shot and stuff. So I think he's like good. Is he? I would take him over the assault. But I think if I was thinking sniper support, aspirant is better because he fills a similar role. He's definitely DPS, but the Victor rifle doesn't have crazy long range. It's just like long range to some squad sight, but not very far into squad sight before you get like really high aim penalties. He does have like while the enemies can't see him, he gets like mega crit damage and stuff. Like he's got probably some of the highest burst DPS. You know what? I'll put him above the aspirant. I think he's better than I'm giving him credit. And I think it's a unique class. I think you can only have one. It's from a mission. You know what? I'll put him at the top of C. I actually think he's better than the shield guy. Yeah, okay. But I don't think I want to put him into B. You know what? I changed my mind. Low B tier. I'm just gonna keep them somewhat evenly spaced for now because it's gonna get over 4. All right, let's keep going. Keep up the pace. Keep up the pace. Buccaneer. Another sword unit. Now, we have had some amazing rounds where the Buccaneer just goes wild. They don't actually have like a dash and attack ability by default. They are another standard melee unit. They get a sword plus a shoddy, like a baby, like point blank shotgun. But they don't. They get a free attack, a zero action attack after they move. It's not the same as a move and attack. And they can do like an Overwatch build, and they can do like a shoddy build if you like. They do have the ability to get focus, which is a guaranteed reaction hit, which might be a sword run out. The thing is, I tried to make them work. There were some times where at higher levels, the Buccaneer just runs around and gets like 3 or 4 kills in a row just because they've got really good turn economy at high levels. So I think they're like one of the better sword guys, like primary melee. Maybe the best of the E tier, but I'm not sure that's good enough to put them in D. They're still a liability most of the time, and they're good for cleaning the final pod up, for sure. But the first couple pods, you can't do much with them unless you're really risking it. Or you've got really good stealth units with good vision, but there's never a guarantee of line of sight being safe. So, I mean, Buccaneer gets a lot of flavor points. Very cool class. Very unique, but not enough. Combat Engineer, start in the middle here. This guy, there's a bunch of, like, somewhat standard grenade users. Let me just see what this guy's deal was. He gets a grenade launcher. Technically, he can also go with, like, the acid launcher and stuff if you prefer, but grenade launchers are good. He can also use rocket launchers, so you kind of have a choice. And he can use rifles, shotguns, SMGs. He's got a good variety of weapons. He can not use a sniper, but SMG, shotgun, and rifle. Even though I believe he's defaults to shotgun, he doesn't have to use it. So yeah, a standard grenade wielder is always good. Grenade launchers, I think, very powerful, especially early game. But as you level them up, eventually, like higher weapon techs, they are really good. Like the beam launcher, you can just direct it perfectly every time. It's really nice. So his deal is kind of built to be a smoke grenadier, smoke and mirrors, combat drugs, that kind of stuff, which are good. I have a hard time remembering them because it's limited use. So if I use them too early, then you run out. If you save them for later, you may never use them. He can also make grenade traps, which we'll get to eventually. He's not the stealth grenade trapper, unfortunately. He's just a normal grenade trapper, which is okay. I think he's going to be... This is the kind of guy I'm okay with, but I'm not happy with. He does have the ability to get shotgun finesse, which gives him a bunch of mobility with a shotgun, which really helps with it. He's got like a shotgun tree, a smoke tree. He doesn't do a lot of like damaging grenades. I'm going to keep him in C tier, kind of in the middle, because usually when I want a grenade launcher is to blow up cover and inflict statuses. Smoke, I mean, it's good, but it's not a guarantee. The enemy, the AI doesn't care about smoke all the time. Just because they've got a 10% chance to hit doesn't mean they're not going to hit you. So you can probably use it if you're a better player than I am to sort of convince the AI to shoot different people, because they tend to target the person with the lowest defense, the easiest to hit, the highest percent chance, and the smoke makes certain groups harder to hit, so the AI might not target them. But I don't know how to manipulate the AI. I'm not going to say I can do that easily. Moving on, Combat Medic. I remember I had good fun with the Combat Medic. This is one of those really good early game ones. Maybe doesn't scale quite as well. They have a Ripjack, like the... What's it called? Templar... What's the other? Reaper... I always forget the third one. Templar... I'm sorry. Skirmisher. So it's got the same Ripjack the Skirmisher has, so it can do like the grappling hook flying around stuff. They default to shotguns, which, you know, I've said my piece on them a couple times. But the Ripjacks are really good, especially early game. And they can do some healing, although pure Medic's probably not a very good class. Like, they need some other uses. It's nice, kind of like a sword. A Medic as a secondary is totally good, but Medic as a primary, not usually my style. But they have access to focus at high levels. They've got the ability to fly around and do all the, you know, Justice Wrath stuff, which I think is pretty good. Grappling around. Just the ability to grapple early game is solid. They can do a Ripjack slash at adjacent targets without ending their turn at level 1. I don't think this is going to be enough to get them to the high ranks, but I'm actually going to put them at low B tier. Because in the early game, they really, really get a lot of value. And I generally don't like having to bring a med kit in terms of my precious inventory slots. There's so many good items to bring in this mod pack. Getting a couple free med kits that you don't have to worry about, just in case someone gets bleeding out or certain conditions you can fix with this. This is really good. I don't think they scale very well into the late game. I think by the end of the game, there's better stuff. But really good early game is, like I said, probably the most important ability, really, for this tier list. Next up, Commando. I don't remember the Commando. What did it's one of the stealth units, right? What did they do? This is one of my classes. I feel like I always forgot how these guys work every single time I loaded them up. They are bullpups. Okay, so they're related to skirmishers, but instead of getting a Ripjack, they get a bullpup and nothing else. So what does that make them? Probably gets access to double shots. Oh, it's a flashbang build. They go smoke and flashbangs. That I tried a couple times. It just rarely was very valuable. I'm not going to say terrible, but I'm probably going to put them in D rank because their bullpups are basically SMGs that are a little bit better, which tends to not be the best for damage, and they don't actually have access to the double shot that usually carries bullpup users. They're reliant on flashbangs and smoke, status effect grenades, status effects in general. They don't actually have a stealth build, even though they're a commando, which kind of sounds like they should be stealthy. You might get lucky and get Marauder in your XCOM tree like I did, but you don't guaranteed get that, so they don't have a reliable way to even shoot twice. Yeah, I don't think these guys are super good. I'm actually going to put them... I would rather have an agent than a commando. He's better than a sword guy, but I'm not going to put him very high on my list. I don't remember enjoying that one too much. Demolitionist. I have good memories of this one. Let me pull these up. And like I said for the ranking, being able to destroy cover is a very valuable ability, so... grenades and stealth and sniping are some of my more prioritized abilities. If I had to build a squad, I like to have some of that. Demolitionist, where are you? Man, this giant list. So cool, but so awkward. So we've got the ability to use a regular rifle, as well as shotguns and SMGs. They've got like the standard medium loadout, grenade launchers, and rocket launchers. Okay, they got the full build. That's a good start. So we're right off. We're kind of like the combat engineer, except I'm pretty sure we're better, because instead of focusing on smoke grenades, we focus on destroying cover. They can either do shooting to destroy cover, which is actually pretty effective. Like, they can go explosive rounds. There's this demolition blast. I have used that on one of these guys. It was really good. Or you can go into your grenade launcher and get like Master Engineer, which lets you just create grenades as you go. Plasmas and, well, frags and APs and eventually plasmas.
Yeah, they're just really good at grenades and making more grenades and blowing everything up. I would say this might be top of B tier. One of the better terrain destructors, cover destructors, for sure. I don't think they're good enough to be in A tier, but they're close. Maybe top of B. Yeah, those guys are good. I think I got my Demolitionist a little late. I didn't get to play with them super early, or maybe one got injured for like 5 months, like tradition. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember those guys being very strong. Next up, Destroyer. Destroyer Commando, technically, even though the name didn't fit in there. Another Advent troop, probably really good. This is our... Okay, Destroyer Assault Rifle is not one I'm super familiar with. I believe it counts mostly like a regular rifle in terms of accuracy and stuff. And they also get a Destroyer Gauntlet, which I believe counts like a Ripjack that technically does psionic damage. So kind of a psionic skirmisher to some degree, I think. Yeah, they've got the psionic pull, wrath, and grappler. Yeah, these guys are really good. Maybe the best ones so far. Would I even put them in A tier? Yeah, I think this is my first A tier. I know, their Advent, it's a little bit hard to get these guys unlocked in the early game. So you're probably not going to get a lot of early game, but they've got access to Marauder if you want to go shooting. They've got access to the Ripjack build that can do a ton of damage to a lot of enemies. They can shoot at range, they can melee up close, they can grapple around, they can do some psionic, not a lot of psionic stuff, but they can do like a psionic push and pull, which is good. Heck, they've got an ability called Rip and Tear, 3 melee attacks. I think is that S? I haven't picked anyone for S yet. This is my best unit so far, probably. Yeah. I can always move them if I have to, but I do think this guy's pretty darn good. Next up, Destroyer. This sounds like one of the random rocket builds. There's a couple of them, and some of these guys just don't stand out to me, so I always forget how they work, but... Destroyer. This is our Sniper Rocketeer, which is a very interesting combo. The problem is, rockets... They don't use grenades, they use rockets specifically. And rockets are heavy. It takes 2 mobility per 1 equipped rocket, rather than 1 mobility per grenade. And snipers kind of want like an ammo slot as well. So they tend to be like very... They can't really bring anything besides rockets and ammo. So they tend to be frail or slow, depending on their base stats. But that's okay, because they can squad sight and rocket and all that. Yes, and this is one of those classes that gets everything. They start with Snapshot, Overwatch, and Weapon Master. They just start with all the and squad sight. So they're both a squad sight and Snapshot Sniper by default, which is usually illegal. And they don't even have to, you just get them for free. You just start with it. They also get a heavy weapon for free. They get Roust. So they're maybe sort of meant to use the gauntlet rather than a rocket launcher, but I generally found the actual rocket launchers better by a long shot. They get a bunch of rocket builds, like the classic Fire in the Hole, Salvo. They get a couple, big rocket buffs. And they've got a good sniper build, too, if you want that. And then there's a flamethrower build, if you like that. Definitely one of the better ones. Yeah. Destroyer, good. I'm going to put them... Yeah, I'm going to put them in B tier for good. Not great. Not the best. Rockets are, like, very consumable. They're very important to have, someone with grenades or rockets to destroy cover. But, we don't have a way of renewably creating more, right? So you just get a couple, and you have to use them at the right time. At least having a sniper gives them, maybe they're better than most grenade wielders, because they can snipe normally. It's actually very hard for these classes, for this Destroyer class, to know if you should be sniping or rocketing, because both options are so good most of the time. You know what? I'll put them in low A. I actually think this is one of the better classes. It's a good weapon combo. You got extreme range, and then you've got a good mid-range rocket. And you can... I'm pretty sure he gets... does he get javelin rockets? Oh, that's a shame. He does not. The Sniper Rocketeer should totally get the shoot rockets beyond visual range, but he doesn't. That's okay. The fact that he's just even if you just think of him as a sniper with squad sight and snapshot from default, that's already a huge buff. Like, most snipers pretty happy to start with that, let alone also getting rockets. It's like, he's got too many good things. I never know what to give him because he can just do everything really well. Dragoon! I don't think I like these guys very much. Cool name. I don't think these guys live up to their class title. They don't jump around. They don't ride horses. They're not cavalry. They are, well, hackers. Support. They get a bit, and they can use medium weapons like rifles and shotguns and SMGs. They've got a pretty good, you know. In fact, they can use cannons. I think by default they use heavy weapons, but they can equip rifles and SMGs. So they really can equip almost anything. I think their primary can be anything other than like a sniper rifle. I think like they're very, very flexible in terms of equipment. But they actually make really poor heavy weapons cannoneers because their abilities don't support it. Their abilities are hacking, haywire protocol, blinding protocol, renewal, like all support. Not even like hacking your enemies usually. It's giving shields and heals to your friends. They start with shield protocol. They can get hacking failsafe. But what they do turn into is a good stealth hacker. So you give them an SMG. At Corporal, they become Phantoms, if this is what you should probably take. And then they can hack and buff and maybe be an officer, all while stealth. And that is enough for me to bump them up from what would be really bad to is okay. I'm not going to give them credit for their officer abilities because anyone can be an officer. They have a little bit more synergy with officer because they can spend like a 1 action point ability and still use an officer command to end their turn, so that like not all classes work with officer abilities very efficiently, but this one does. And you can do officer abilities while stealth, which also helps. And I do really like stealth units. They don't start with stealth, so you have to get them all the way to Corporal, which is kind of weak. Like their early game use, they're not very good. They don't do much until they're a Corporal. And then they also don't do much other than Scout. And do a bit of hacking. So I think of the Scout like archetypes, they're weaker and they're focusing on buffs. Like it's good, but it's not killing, you know, and I generally want killing. So I'm gonna put him probably at the bottom of D tier. He's not nearly as bad as I originally thought, but he's still, I think I'd rather have a commando generally. That's tough. These guys really aren't that bad. But D is just below average. Like, you know, there's going to be some really good classes. Like, not everybody can be amazing. Executioner is up next. Let me see. Executioner, I believe, is short range SMG and knife. They got a bunch of like, if you kill, you respect, or like you get your refund your ability points. Yeah, SMG and vibro knife, or well, whatever knife you've got. Yeah, guillotine, if you kill something, you refund the AP. Execute, if you shoot something, you refund the AP. It's a finisher unit that's kind of short to no range. It does have good action economy once you get the combo set up. And it has access to, like, Whirlwind to move after you stab stuff. I definitely got some value out of them, but they were on the weaker end. Because they're pretty reliable finishers, I'm going to put them a little bit higher in D rank than the less combat effective ones. But SMGs, like I said, I mean, I'm not going to say it every single time, but like SMGs aren't amazingly good. There is a perk, Professional Killer, that gives you like plus 1, 2, 3 bonus damage and armor piercing based on the tier of your SMG. So like you can overcome that to an extent, but the base damage is still pretty weak. And you've got to stack on some other tricks, like not terrible. Like this is another cool class. I like the style of it. I just the focus on the knife. You know, half the build is knife melee. That's already dragging him down, and his SMG is not a very long range option or high damage option. So when you really need to kill something, if it has more than 2 or 3 hit points in the early game, this guy's not going to pull it off. and then you're just going to waste his ability. And he's got abilities that get wasted, right? They only refund if you finish and kill. If you just get a graze and do half damage, and the enemy survives with 1, your turn's over and you don't even get to use your ability. And yeah, that happens. So you're not in control of that. That's not great. Freebooter. This is one of those weird names that never clicks with me. I think they're like light grenader or something, like light grenadier, like smokes and stuff. But let me find out. Doesn't look like that. They are rifles, medium weapons, rifles and SMGs, shotguns, whatever you like, and a knife. Okay. Oh, right, Crocodile Dundee was the freebooter. That's right. You know what? I didn't hate my freebooter. It starts with Knife Fighter and collateral damage. It does get focus really early on, and it gets Marauder for double shot, which helps. And it doesn't have to use an SMG. You can use a real gun. So if you think about it once you're a sergeant, you could just have a rifle and shoot twice. That's already really good. Now, there's other classes that can do that at, like, Squatty. But sergeant's not too far into the game. Focus is good. It's got access to flesh. Like, you can run up, stab something, and then run away. It's got pretty good, like, it's got hit and run availability. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave him in mid-tier. Probably one of the better C ranks. I actually think better than the Bio Barrier. We'll knock him down a step. I think the Freebooter is one of the best averagely good units. There's nothing exceptional about him, but if you had to take a C tier guy, this might be like your best generic for now. Just you can equip guns, can use a knife. Maybe that's good enough. Would I put him up in B tier? No, I'm going to put him at the top of C tier. I don't think he's got quite the value of what I want for B tier. And I gotta keep moving. Frost Captains. We're into the Ice Brigade. We're already an hour into this. Oh man, this is gonna take forever. I gotta try to keep the pace up though. Okay, Frost Captain. I think I had a Frost Captain in my starter mission, or at least very early on. They have a special Frost gun that does apply chill, I think. But that's it. That's their main thing. They've got a few officer command abilities, if I remember correctly. So they have access to, like, not the officer abilities, but some similar, soldier level commanding type things. They've got a very solid Overwatch build. They can suppress pretty good, suppressing while shooting them, and then bonus damage. Yeah, they're kind of like a suppression Overwatch, and they can eventually get focus for auto hits at really high levels. They got Frost marking targets is good. Yeah, I mean they're decent. I think they're solid. I think I was generally happy to have them on the squad. I'll keep them in the middle. I'd like them probably more than the Bio Barrier. Freebooter versus Frost Captain. I think I like the Freebooter a little bit more. They're close though. Similar kind of. Like I guess this guy doesn't have a lot of he doesn't actually have a secondary weapon, right? Like he only has a rifle. He doesn't actually get anything else other than equipment slots. So yeah, he doesn't have any like backup melee or anything to kind of step him up. Frost Lancer, I do believe, is one of the really good ones, though. Let me double check their build. I mean, it's going to be weird to put a melee unit super high, but let me see if this is the one I'm thinking of. Frost Axe, Frost Shotgun, and the ability to throw the axe. So it's not exactly melee. It's throwing knife, throwing axe kind of style. And access to focus eventually. What makes this guy so good? Is there anything? He does do a tremendous amount of damage with melee attacks. He's got like the +3 damage melee ability, which is solid. He's not going to be A rank or B rank. Maybe B rank? No. Like he's better than a pure melee guy because he's got a shotgun. And he's got throwing weapons, which are really solid. I think
maybe low C rank. Because it is still short range in general. Shotgun and sword aren't like the best synergy because they're both similar kind of ranges. How does he compare against a regular assault? Probably better. Better than a smoke grenader, a buffing psychic. This guy or the shotgun shield guy? You know, I'd probably take him. I'd probably rather have the Frost Captain, though. Okay. Frost Purifier. Uh-oh. Down into the dedicated flamethrower tier. Alright, so Frost Purifier has a Cryolator and an Axe. Do they have anything that can redeem them? Very similar Axe build to the Frost Lancer. Can throw axes. I believe this is the one that can't take cover, which probably is a relatively large liability. There's a couple Advent classes that can't take cover. I believe this is one of 2 of them, I think. But he does get, like, super armor, reduced wound times and all that, which helps a little bit. So I believe I've used this guy a bit to, like, run in, throw an axe, do a melee. Like, he got a bunch of free axe abilities to let him do a lot of, or low AP cost axe abilities. But no, I'm going to put him in D tier. He's just too... I think he's one of the weaker ice guys. I think the frost guys are decent, but I think he's one of the worst ones. I'll put him a bit above the support ones. But I think the Executioner probably better. Agent actually might be a little bit better too. Just more versatility with different builds. This guy only does one thing, and it's not that strong. He can do a ton of damage, but no cover, mostly melee or at least short range. And I didn't use his Cryolator hardly at all because they tend to suck. Frost Tech. Now, I know this one's a little bit higher. That's something I remember. These guys have got an insane build, if I remember correctly. Unless the patches nerf them, which is possible. Frost Tech. So this is your Gremlin, except Ice Gremlin, and an Ice Rifle. So same as the Frost Captain in terms of Frost Rifle, except they also get a Frost Gremlin. And Gremlins are good. They have access at Lance Corporal to double shot with a regular gun. Not even an SMG or anything. They can hack, they can haywire, they can guaranteed ice damage, freeze damage. They can give an ally an ice grenade. They can freeze a target solid. They can do more damage with ice. Or you could go into sniping builds with them and do double tap. Although you don't have to be a sniper for that. I think their default build was like sniper rifle plus... No, not this one. The frost rifle. But maybe somebody like this... Unless they changed it. I thought I was doing sniping with these guys at some point. Oh no, it's my technicians, not Frost technicians. These are the Advent guys. There's a technician class for XCOM that is similar and has snipers. These guys are similar to them. The fact that they get Marauder early on is really good. Hacking is nice. They've got the Gremlin for guaranteed damage. That's definitely above average. I would probably say they are more reliable than... Maybe not... You know what? They're going to beat out the Demolitionist. I might even consider them A tier. These guys are really solid. But there's nothing too much standing out. It's just, like, the status affliction of ice is not all that impressive. It takes three applications of cold to, like, freeze somebody solid. Almost never happens, in my experience. So, yeah, good, but the basic status affliction is a bit weak. Now, the Fusilier, this is a tricky one. They are really, really good on really long missions. They are the ones that have the ability to basically, for the mission, permanently increase their damage by 1 per kill if they set it up correctly. They are snipers, pure snipers that have a gimmick where they lock on target, end their turn after tracking. If the target doesn't move too far, next turn they shoot them for a guaranteed 100% shot. And guaranteed crit as well. But it's hard to set up. It really requires good scouting. and it's really good on headquarter assaults when you're trying to take over when you're trying to liberate a new region. In fact, perhaps the best at that of any class, or at least very nearly one of the best. They're good. As a sniper, they're already decent. They have access to squad sight by default. They also have a pistol as a secondary, and they can do long watch if you want to do overwatch shots. I'm going to put them definitely one of the more fun classes. Bottom of B because on short missions, they kind of suck. They don't have a chance to really get their scaling going. But if your first couple liberations, where you're still using like basic ballistic weapons or laser weapons, and you're needing to kill strong enemies, but like for that final squad with the general or whatever, having one of these guys that can maybe do like 10 damage a shot in the first month is crazy if you can power them up. Because they have like 7 ranks. I think they can get plus 7 damage or something like that if you have enough time to build them up shooting drones and stuff. But most of the time that doesn't help them. But it's a very good utility for certain missions. Geneva is our next XCOM flamethrower class. This one I think I liked a little bit more. They do have a flamethrower cryolator type weapon, but they also get to equip a rocket launcher. So you can think of them mostly as a rocket launcher that can also do a flamethrower attack. And they get really good rockets for free, like a toxic shrapnel rocket. You can just build them into the rocket tree with javelin rockets, acid splash rockets, and they're a perfectly usable rocketeer that can sometimes use their short-range flamethrower. Now, a better rocket class would be the Demolitionist, who can use a gun, a heavy cannon, and a rocket, which is just more versatility than a flamethrower and a rocket. But it's not terrible. They're definitely not going to go below C tier, but of the C tier units, like the rocket is good, but limited ammo, and their other attack is questionable. They can also improvise acid and gas grenades, although I guess you'd have to equip them a different kind of grenade launcher. I don't know if they can equip the grenade launcher type, but you can still throw them one way or the other, even with a rocket. Yeah, I mean, they got some pretty good stuff. I can't... They're better than the shotgun guys. I would still probably take the Aspirant and the other, like, decent C-tier guys over the Geneva. But if you need a Rocketeer, they can do it, which is good. And we have had some amazing acid rockets where you just soak an entire enemy group. Problem is, as the game gets later on, more and more enemies become resistant or completely immune to acid and fire and stuff, and then these Stats Affliction rockets are not as powerful, but early game, pretty effective. It's kind of boring putting everybody in C. I might have to rebalance this as we go. We're looking at a nice bell curve right now, but, you know, there's a lot to go. But I'm starting by putting the Geneva kind of in the middle for now, which is impressive for a primary. I didn't think I was actually going to put a flamethrower unit that high. I figured they'd all be F. But the rocket launcher has... I've got good memories of Geneva, and it's a fun class, the Geneva Suggestions, right? Next up, Grenadier. This is another classic default class, kind of like the Assault, a standard long war class. So we got a regular rifle or medium weapon, whatever you want, and a grenade launcher, or a rocket launcher, if you want. So versatile equipment. The build definitely assumes grenades, not rockets, because all the perks are for launching grenades. But they get like boosted cores and needle arsenal. Yeah, they're like your... I mean, they're called a Grenadier. They are your classic grenade launcher Grenadier. But they also get Bombardier, which lets them launch them even further. So they're like probably maybe the best dedicated explosive grenade unit we've got. And they get to use a regular rifle, which is good, and it gives them access to like hollow targeting and a couple other like useful abilities if you want to pick up a couple gun abilities, even though they're... Yeah, no, these guys are solid. I'm going to put them definitely up a rank into B. I think because they're one of the better... I'm going to put them right beside Demolitionist. I like the heavy cannon a bit more, but this guy is... They're pretty equivalent. It's just not quite the same weapon. The Grenadier is a little bit better at grenades. The Demolitionist is a bit better at shooting. you run out of grenades eventually, so shooting kind of wins out. But they're both really good, I think. You know, there's going to be a bunch of explosive guys in the B tier, and like you pretty much always want one if you need, well, if you want to destroy cover. I mean, there's play styles where you just use guaranteed hits and stuff instead, but destroying cover is pretty good. Gorilla, not the monkey. This is going to be what I used as a dedicated stealth unit. They are shotguns. Shotguns. Yeah, these are the shotgun stealth. No SMG, which is a little bit of a downside. But the plus side, this is our first holo targeter unit. And holo targeter stealth units are actually really, really, really good. And yes, this guy is another S tier. I forgot the name. He starts with Phantom, stays concealed. He starts with Covert, which means less likely to get spotted. He starts with holo targeting, which you can do while stealth. And he also has a shotgun if you need to do damage, which, you know, if you need to kill something, at least they do a lot of damage. But he's got a really good holo tree build, like all the rapid targeting, high def holo. And you can just do that while you're stealth. It's a little bit weak in the early game, like you're not dealing damage, but once you get the build going, that's a solid, like, I would say almost must-have unit in the squad. Someone who can stealth and holo is probably the best standard stealth unit in my use, the way I played. Because that extra 10-20% aim and eventually crit and damage it's really helpful. And that means their stealthing, their scouting is even more important, is finding out where the next group is so you activate it safely. But then you don't have to worry about them doing nothing. They're actually still contributing to the team and remaining stealth with Phantom. That's a good one. And another really good officer as well, because they can holo target and then do like command to have someone shoot twice on the targeted enemy. Yeah. Gorilla, really good. Gunner, another default class. There should be 8 defaults from Long War. Gunner is your archetypal heavy cannon user. Whether you want to go LMG, light machine guns, or battle rifles or whatever, but they are the heavy cannons. They also get a knife as a sidearm, which is good. The heavy cannon tend to be good at mid to long range, and the knife is good at short range. So, you know, good combo by default. They get definitely suppression. This is a very... they start with area suppression. I have never really had a successful area suppression. I tried to set it up quite a few times, but eventually got sick of it and gave up on it. Their build is sort of assumed to suppress enemies' area of effect and then lock them down and do extra like damage when you hit them. You've even got danger zone for large area suppression. If you like area suppression, bump them up a little bit higher. I have not seen it work, so I don't value those at all. Luckily, they just have a good shooting build with +1 damage, holo targeting when you shoot, shredding, triple shot for 2 actions, rapid fire. They got all the good gunner stuff, which definitely puts them at high B rank, or at least mid B rank. They don't really fill a necessary spot. They are just good DPS. They don't stealth, they don't blow cover up, they don't snipe to pull from range. They just kind of shoot. But if you can position them somewhere well, and suppressing, you know, it is a tactic to lower enemies' aim. I just find most of the time they ignore it. They don't have access to focus to guaranteed hit on an Overwatch, like a suppression, which is the kind of thing that might be enough to make me use it a little bit more. But they just have a really good gun line anyway, and if you like the knife line, there's some cool knife abilities too, but I'd say that's less important. But yeah, Gunner, I think, is solid. Definitely more than C. Starting to look okay here as we're getting through. Gunslinger, I do remember these being very strong. It's another pistol class. I think these ones are actually better than the Akimbos. Although the dual wielding is cool, the Gunslinger actually is better at shooting things with a pistol, if I remember correctly. Let me pull these guys up. I actually had 2 of them, so I had lots of practice. So yeah, primary pistol and holo targeter. It's another good combo. I did decide I loved holo targeting in the last run. So they have, by default, fan the hammer. Shoot 3 times for 2 actions. They also do extra damage with their pistol, and high noon, which I believe means shooting with a pistol doesn't end your turn. They don't
start with, or maybe High Noon is the one that ignores range penalties. I forget which one they've got. But effectively, they've got the hollow build if you want to go hollow targeting, which is very good. And they have lightning hands, fan fire, multi-shot, and even like +1, pistol damage and stuff in there. So their damage scaling with a pistol is about as good as it gets. They can shoot a lot. If you put blue screen ammo or psychic killing ammo, just any kind of ammo really, they're firing their gun a lot, so they get really good value out of that. Definitely low A tier. Really good DPS. Doesn't need much to strive. And hollow targeting, always good if you're having a hard time getting that shot on. I find like that's a more offensive ability secondary than just throwing down some smoke and hoping. Force the odds in your favor. Once you get to 100, the enemies can't dodge anymore. Well, they can. That's a lot. Heavy, another standard class, I believe. The gunner and heavy being the two splits for heavy weapons. Oh, backed out. We gotta be about halfway through, right? Victory music, I could split the video in half, but we'll just have one really long video because that's how we roll here. Come on. Few soldiers. I'm looking for the heavy. Not the band, the class. Alright. Let me see. So, basic heavy build is just a heavy cannon. Cannon of some variety. And there are some really good LMGs and stuff to think about as well. And a rocket launcher as well. Cannon plus rocket. We've seen that before, and that one ranked well. Let's see what their perks are at a quick glance here. So, I should just start by putting them pretty close to Demolitionist, because they're pretty similar. Rockets instead of grenade launchers, and they've got the full rocket tree, I think. Yeah, they got rocket launcher, blast off, concussion rocket. Yeah, all the standard rockets. Although, yeah, javelins included. Yeah, good stuff. Less shooting, although they use a cannon. There's not as many cannon gun upgrades. They get suppression and stuff, but you can get hollow targeting on your gun. I'm gonna put them near gunner. What would I rather have? I'll put them with the other explosive guys. I think because rockets are a little bit finicky early game, and there's more scatter to worry about than grenades, I'd say maybe stronger by the end game with, plasma tech. But in the part that's tricky, maybe they're weaker of the other three, explosive experts in this area. But they're definitely a good unit. No problem there at all. Moving on. Hell Knights. I don't think this guy's going to score super high. I tried to make this guy work a lot. It was a struggle. It is a... shotgun plus shield, if I remember correctly, as I load this up. Yeah, shotgun plus shield. So short range shield guy again. No other weapon types available. If you could use a rifle and a shield, which we'll get to, he would be so much better. But shotguns are just kind of limited. Now, he does start with Marauder for double shot, but double shot on a shotgun is not very good, because you have to start your turn in range to hit something to shoot twice for it to matter. Which is, on a rifle, it happens pretty reliably. On a shotgun, it's much more rare. Now, he does get Fortress for free, which gives him early game immunity to fire, poison, acid, etc. And explosives, which is great. Like, that's always a strong ability, and having it at the early game is really nice. Just ignore poison from the Vipers, fire from us, the explosions from enemy advent. Like, it is a really strong ability. He's, I think, maybe one of the better tank classes, and he can, like, he's got a bunch of psychic stuff as well. He can teleport around between positions. He can do some psychic attacks, like the fuse, to blow up enemy grenades. He's definitely got some cool stuff. And if you roll lucky on the Xcom tree, you can get some more psychic abilities in there as well. Like Malaise, conjure a cloud of poison that disorients foes in an area. The more psychic stuff he gets, probably the better, because then he doesn't have to rely on the shotgun. At Master Sergeant, he can just learn Fireball. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna put him... You know what? I'm gonna put him a little higher than I originally thought.
I actually think I would rather bring this guy than at least half the squad. His niche isn't super strong, but psychic, psyop type abilities do tend to scale better. And because he starts with Fortress, he can run through fire to get to an objective. He does technically have Marauder. I just wish he could use a regular gun. I'll put him beside the Bio Barrier guy. He also has a shield and a shotgun. They're very similar. I'd say the Hell Knight's better, though. Yeah, that seems like a good spot. Kind of a similar class to the other guy, but he's probably better for sure. But he doesn't have the range until pretty high levels. So early game is a bit weak. Late game, with good psychic abilities, he'll take off. Heretic. Call the Pope. Call the Inquisition. What's the Heretic all about? Let me see here. Okay, Templars. It's got the gauntlets, the gauntlet, whatever, lightsabers, and an auto pistol, which is a little bit unusual. Gotta remember, auto pistols specifically do more damage than pistols, but armor counts as double, so they're really bad against armor, which means okay early game, in fact, pretty good early game, and then garbage once everything has armor, because everything gets armor. So, at some point, useless. I built my Heretic fully on the Tempest sword build, and they get a bunch of cool elemental sword attacks. They're very much like a Templar. Oh, and they get like the pistols, right. So they can stealth. They have like 0 action point pistol shots, which are decent. So they spend focus, and they generate focus. They can't. Unlike the that's the main difference here is the where was he? The Bishop had a really hard time generating focus to do his cool abilities. The Heretic doesn't have that problem because he just goes and swords something and then gets the focus to do other cool stuff, which is good. And this guy gets momentum when he does a sword attack. So if you hit something, you can generally move again or put up your little shield barrier, and you get focus when you kill with your sword. So that, I think, automatically is going to bump him up at least 1 rank. And I think he is, like, solidly a good unit. Would he be as good as my explosive sets or my gunner sets? Probably not as good as them. Man, even B rank is solid right now. I'll put him at the low end of B tier because he is still a sword primary, but he's one of the better Templar melee units. And Templars are generally better than like pure melee anyway because they have psychic stuff. Yeah, getting a free movement after a melee attack and the ability to stealth conceal off of pistol shots. I think you could argue him to be a bit higher, I think, but for me, because he is primarily melee, it's still a liability to use him without a lot of care. But B rank is a low end. B rank is still pretty good for me. Hijacker. Okay. We're getting into our specialists style. So Gremlin plus probably SMG 90% of the time. That's all not 100% of the time. That's all he can equip. All right. So this is our stealth hacker that's got. Yeah, he even starts with like full override from the very beginning. So you can steal a mech and get them to join your team. Well, join your havens from the very beginning. Starts with Phantom, hack, gets stuff like containment field. He's got the double type perks where you get two for 1 for picking it. He can give friends overwatches while stealth. Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of support or offensive gremlin abilities. Support will maintain your stealth, or offense will break your stealth. But yeah, I think you just turn him into a really good stealth unit, actually. And he is definitely a good one. Hijacker, not as good at killing stuff, doesn't have hollow targeting, but does have some support abilities that work while stealth. And you can override, like steal control or hack an enemy while stealth with no consequence. Now, that only works on robots, so limited use, but I still rank that pretty high, but because it's only against robotic units, not just anything, it prevents him from being S tier, actually, I'll say. It keeps him in A, and maybe at the lower end of A, like really good, one of the better stealth units, just focused on robots. And if you knew you were going to fight robots, you'd bring them. But if you don't know, and you generally don't, you just gamble. And if you're fighting a bunch of Advent, then, you know, he helps, but not as much. Hitman. Alright. I don't have hugely fond memories of the Hitman, but let me see. Pistol, primary, or auto pistol, pick your poison. And then a knife secondary. No big deal. He starts with Phantom, so he's another perma-stealth unit if you want. He gets tracking, which is incredibly good early game. It's the ability to detect enemies through walls, and when you don't have good like armor and concealment bonuses to make it harder to be detected, tracking saved my life so many times where you were stealthed and you could see like even just a civilian through a wall, so you didn't accidentally activate or lose your concealment foolishly. I'm actually gonna put him in S rank. Not for damage, just one of the better, like, maybe he can't holo target, so the gorilla's better. The Destroyer's not better than these guys, I don't think. Destroyer's like a really good damage dealer Advent, but honestly, these two probably contenders for the best so far. Yeah, the ability to track enemies, and he's like still good with pistols. Like, he's got some good pistol builds if you need damage. But the ability to just... And he's got, like, reconcealment. I really think the early game Phantom plus tracking is so strong, even though he probably falls off later game. I'll move him to the bottom of S tier. But there's... Like, I remember for, like, hours and hours and hours, there was no one I wanted on a mission more than the Hitman. Because he saved so many lives. Maybe by the end of the game it's not that important, but in the first... Well, until everyone's like a sergeant or higher, and you've got like at least a couple tiers of technology researched. Yeah, that guy, like maybe once you've got battle scanners and stuff, you don't need him as badly, but early game, so good. Okay, Hoplite. I have kind of bad recollection on the Hoplite. Although I was incorrect with Hitman. I'm like, Hitman was kind of weak. No. That was actually one of the strongest ones. Not for killing, but for detection. Alright, Hoplite is a pistol shield wielder. Not a great combo in my experience. And their build is more guarding. Yeah, I think this is one of the weaker shield guys. I would take them over a Dragoon. But not much else. I used them quite a lot. I was never very impressed. Like, they've got some good pistol abilities, and the shield is decent. No, I'll move them up a little bit. Mid-rank D tier. Below average, but not great. They've got a build... They've got a couple very defensive, tanky builds, where you got, like, Aegis to reduce damage. I've never had a lot of success using shield walls to protect allies. It can work, but it's hard to see it work because the enemy tends to just shoot someone else. And I don't think their damage output's a bit on the weak end. Yeah, I'll put them down there. Hunter, one of our snipers, I believe. Thanks for hanging in there and listening to me yap about my tier list here, guys. Having a good time. I hope you are. So the Hunter. Sniper plus sword. Good combo. This is a snapshot sniper that... It's a snapshot squad sight sniper. So this is a double sniper that can start with anything. It's also got flesh, so you can run and sword easily. So it's got a pretty good sword build and a decent sniper build. It's got lead the target, which is one of my favorite abilities to activate an enemy group on enemy phase. Like, leading the target forces a break of concealment, which is really nice to set off a good trap. One of the better ones for sure. But they don't have a lot of the other sniper special abilities. Like, they don't have double tap or the high critical damage one.
I think they're meant to be a somewhat stealthy sniper, and I don't think stealth works very well with snipers in general. They don't get phantom or anything. They've also got some like reloading abilities and stuff. Yeah, I'd say they're like decent compared to like the Fusilier. I'd probably rather have the Fusilier. I might balance these out a little bit. If B tier ends up having like 3 lines, I'll spread them out a little bit more. But maybe I'll keep the snipers kind of together for now. I mean, Squad Sight plus Snapshot is solid. That was... Who was it? The Fusilier. There was the other sniper we had that had both of those. Was that the Destroyer? Should I keep them near them? But their secondary is just a sword. It's not nearly as good as a rocket launcher. They're a good unit. I think B rank is fair. I'm not sure where in B tier just yet. Probably not as good as the Grenadiers or the Cannoneers. Maybe lower B tier is as good as you can do, because the competition is going to get tough. You know, the high-end classes have really good stuff. Even though Hunter's pretty solid, that might just not be enough to put him into A. But we'll see. Infantry. Probably a standard B or A tier here. Another standard long war class as well. Let me double check exactly what they get, but I'm pretty sure it's just rifle specialization with double shot. Where BU infantry? It's like my list is alphabetized, except for when it isn't. So there's like, mostly it's correct, but the top and bottom are not sorted correctly. So it's really frustrating trying to find these guys. Yeah, so plasma rifle or rifle plus arc thrower. Yeah, the arc thrower is kind of... I did not find a lot of use for it, but they start with suppression and stun and bandolier, so their squaddy abilities suck, or at least they're not that amazing. Bandolier lets you equip an ammo item for free, but in the early game you don't even have them generally. Suppression is okay, and stun is eh. But you do get light 'em up at level 2, or Lance Corporal, which lets you shoot twice, which is great. You can also get Focus, which means you could technically... Well, if you can pick them both anyway, but either one is pretty solid. And then eventually, they're kind of built for suppressing fire, where you shoot and then get a free Overwatch. Maybe you shoot once, shoot twice with suppressing fire, and then you get an Overwatch, which you can auto-hit on with Focus. So effectively you get 3 shots per turn by the time you're a Sergeant. And then you get +1 damage and a couple other things. They're good. I don't think they're A tier, though. Double shot. How would I compare in here? And it's gonna be a lot of people in B tier, I guess. But infantry are, like, I was almost always happy to bring in infantry. I'm gonna put them a little bit above the Akimbo. You know what? I'm gonna put them above the gun guys, the gunner and the heavy. I think this feels pretty good. They're not quite as amazing as the big grenades, because they don't do much else other than shoot. But they're pretty good at shooting. Alright, Juggernaut. I don't know where you're going just yet. This is another one of our heavy archetypes. Maybe I have too many of similar classes as part of my trouble, right? Cannon plus Gauntlet, specifically. Although they can equip rocket launchers, they are a Gauntlet specialist specifically, which is tricky. I think that's going to bring them down a little bit, because the Gauntlet's not quite as good. Okay, so they've got heavy weapons. Yeah, let's them use the Gauntlet. They've got takedown, which means they can move and punch to kill things, and some tanking. So, although they have a cannon, they actually have very little gun picks. They have mostly rocket picks and flamethrower picks for their Gauntlet. So they're definitely going to be, I would consider these worse than like the heavy and the grenadier and the gunner that we were just looking at in similar class, but although their rocket build is good, they can't equip custom rockets unless you drop the Gauntlet. And I'm trying to remember why I didn't do that. I generally went with Gauntlet instead of the actual big rocket. But the small Gauntlet is not compatible with like the custom rockets that you put in your inventory slots that are really, really good. I don't remember exactly why I did that. Because there's nothing stopping them from just equipping a regular rocket launcher. Maybe I just wanted one to try out. I was probably just testing more than anything. So yeah, a Rocketeer with a cannon that's kind of a mishmash. I guess I shouldn't put them too low, but maybe this is like another middle C ranker. I'm not upset to have them. I mean, Geneva's. They have a cannon instead of a flamethrower. I like them more than a Geneva. But they don't have as many cool rockets. They just get different stuff. Yeah, I think putting them near the Geneva is fine. They're okay. Juggernaut, not the one that impressed me, but I can't really see any major flaws. You know, rockets plus cannons, yeah, those are good. Their perks just aren't all that good. Keeper. This is one I didn't get till pretty late game. It's a special mission to recruit. It's a unique one. They have a... I can't actually change them. My in-game already has it equipped. I believe they can use sniper rifles. Pretty sure they're snipers and something else. They've got a shoddy and a sniper rifle, if I remember correctly. And they're supposedly focused on logistics. So they've got grapple, they've got trained sniper, they've got shoddy. They can do marking targets, they can do support, they can give out ammo. Very much a support unit. I don't think they were bad. This definitely sounds like a mid-tier C ranker for me. I'd rather have them... I'll put them near the Aspirant because it's another... Actually, it's quite similar to the Aspirant in the sense that they're both snipers that can do buffing. And I think I like the Keeper a little bit more because they don't have a focus point cost pool to use like the Aspirant does. And grappling sniping is a good combo because you can get in a position. And like marking targets is pretty solid. They might deserve to be higher than this, but for now, I'm pretty happy with that. The Knight. Oh, well, sorry guys. Here we have another only sword unit. It's, this guy could probably get cut. Shield plus sword, great, like, thematic. The theme is great. Sword plus shield. He's just going medieval on them. The problem is most turns he's not doing anything. He can guard, he can use shield wall, he can technically throw his sword or axe. He's kind of got a lot of defensive builds, but not a lot of offense, and it's very hard to get all the value out of him. Of the sword guys, I guess I'd rather have him than the bishop, because he can do a regular melee attack. And he's pretty tanky. But the other guys are a little bit better because they can generally sword and move, whereas this guy generally cannot do that. He swords and stays, and that's really dangerous. The Mad Jack. You mad? This would have been easier for me to do if I'd recorded this all right after I was playing them, but I do need to familiarize myself a little bit. Mad Jack. He's got a bit and a sword. Right. This guy. This guy's going to be a little hard to rank. So he's melee focused. He has a good phantom stealth build though, and you can definitely hack while stealth. One of the class updates has completely ruined, actually, my class. I'll just show it off here. There shouldn't be holes here. It didn't have holes the last time I looked at it, but some patch auto-updated between sessions, and it's kind of killed him. I'd have to find a way to respec him and hope that I could rebuild it. So that's not helping. And it is possible that these perks literally changed from the last time I looked at them to now when I'm trying to do the tier list. So classes that were better may have been nerfed, and classes that sucked may have been buffed. It's difficult for me to tell, unfortunately, which is maybe one of the reasons I'm kind of ending the series, but I'm trying to give it one last huzzah. Anyway, the Mad Jack fundamentally isn't terrible. I'm going to put him in D tier, better than Dragoon. Similar to Dragoon. Nah, worse than Dragoon. Dragoon is like support buffing. Mad Jack is like a stealth unit that can do some hacking and healing and stuff, and some sorting. But every time you use your sword, you're in risk. I think he has a thing where you can like take some drugs to do like 2 or 3 actions in a row, but those ones seem to have been deleted with one of the. I haven't changed my modding at all over the summer, in the fall now. But unfortunately, sometimes things get updated and they're no longer compatible and messes with stuff, which is very frustrating. I don't think Mad Jacks are very good. Bottom of D tier, maybe better than the other pure sword guys because they've got a bit that is useful, but not by much. Yeah, I never remember being super excited. If I needed a stealth unit, he's better than nothing, but compared to the good stealth units, it's not that good. Now, I literally know that Hijacker is on the opposite side entirely, and is pretty similar build, but I don't think it's... I would rather a Hijacker anytime. Next up is the Marksman. And some of this is just like my experience with these classes. They just didn't do a good job, you know. Marksman, sniper rifle, and a throwing knife. A fairly rare weapon for most classes. And, right, this is our... I think this might be the only sniper that is a pure snapshot sniper that doesn't get squad sight. Well, they technically can get it at Master Sergeant, but for the most part, they don't get it at all. Most snipers either start with squad sight or can get it very easily. This is the one, I believe, that doesn't get it. At least not for most of the game. Now, their throwing knives are solid, and snapshot sniping isn't terrible. It's just, that's not usually what I want in a sniper when the way I'm playing. I might as well just bring, like, a guy with a regular rifle that doesn't have penalties anyway. In my experience, this makes a really good Overwatch sniper for mid-range, not long range. So they're not really fulfilling the classic sniper archetype where you're picking people off at long distance. But an Overwatch sniper that takes multiple shots is still pretty good. And the throwing knife build isn't bad at all. So I'm going to put him with the other snipers, I think. I actually think he's better than the Fusilier and Hunter for most missions. The Fusilier is better on certain missions. The Hunter is not bad at all either. Yeah, I'm going to say he's one of the better of those 3 snipers. That's fine. I mean, when you want a squad sight sniper and you pick this guy by accident, it's really annoying. Because you're like, I wanted to have someone in stealth, finding enemies, and then activating them from squad sight. This guy can't do that. But that doesn't mean he's bad at, gunfights. Hey, we get to do the mechs! Okay, well, these won't take too long. Most mechs are like kind of late game units, so the early game ability don't really count. You have to basically sacrifice someone else of a class that is using a similar weapon. So an assault mech probably needs to be someone who can wield a shotgun or something like that anyway. I will definitely still review them quick, but for the most part, they don't have any weapon limitations. The assault mech doesn't have to use a shotgun and a glove. They can all equip the same stuff for all the mechs. But their perks tend to lean them to 1 or 2 weapon types. So the assault mech is built for either melee punching or run and gun shotgunning. Although there's not very many mech shotguns, so it's a little tricky to do that. I don't even know if I should put these in separate categories. You know what? I'm actually going to leave them for last. I'm going to leave the mechs for last, now that I'm thinking about it. The mechs are so different than the regular units that I want to do them in a group at the end. Because they're all more durable and tanky, but they're all late game, pretty much mid to late game only. And unless you really rush it crazy fast. And they're all like crazy high DPS, but no cover, and they kind of have their own specific niche. So we'll save them for the end, I think. So for now, let's do Mercenary. Maybe I should have split the Advent off like that as well and done like that group as a batch as well. So the Mercenary is cool. I really like the Mercenary. He's the jack of all trades. He's not going to be the best at any specific thing,
but he can equip basically any primary and secondary weapon that a foot soldier can equip. In fact, by basically I mean I'm pretty sure literally all of it. You just can't use mech stuff. And he gets different, like he's got these fancy abilities like card-based things, and as he levels up he gets more, but he just gets free perks no matter what he equips. So if you want him to be good at shotguns, you equip a shotgun, level him up. Well, actually, he's equally good with all weapons, so as he levels up, if you equip him a shotgun, he can do shotgun skills. If you equip him a rifle, he can do rifle skills. Now, he tends to not get the best of them, and it's not super customizable, because he just gets the one, rather than you get to pick. But the fact that he can do holo targeting, sniping, you can basically mix and match primary and secondaries to your heart's desire. I think that's really powerful. I'm going to put him at the top of A. Because although he's not the best, I'm going to put an S tier. He's not the best at what he does. But if you wanted him to be a guerrilla, you could just equip an SMG and a holo targeter, and he's almost a guerrilla. He just doesn't get all of the perks. He just gets some of them. But he's still very nearly as good. So think of whatever the best gear combo is. He can almost do it. He can equip them. He just doesn't get the full build, basically. He gets sort of half the build. Depends on the weapons. But yeah, Mercenary, very rarely would I turn down a Mercenary for my squad. Ninja. I think this is the throwing knife variant of the ninjas. There's a couple, there's like a ninja and a shinobi that are, they sound the same, but they play quite differently. This is a sword plus throwing knife unit. And I'm going to say it's a good thing he's got a throwing knife, because the pure sword guys are not doing well. The throwing knife build is solid, though. Now, how solid is it? It's still short range, not long, maybe short to medium. But you need to be very short range to get the free throws. There tends to be, like, within 3 or 4 squares, you can throw a swift knife and get a free shot. I had some good utility from these knife wielders. Maybe enough to put him at the top of D tier. Yeah, I think I had more luck with ninjas than, like, executioners and captains, bio captains. But he's still a primary sword guy. He doesn't have any stealth abilities. He's got a short-term stealth, but it's not as good. He can't just stay stealthed as for a full mission. The stay stealth when the squad is revealed is what you really need. So he's a DPS that can sneak around a little bit, which helps, but, you know. Yeah, I'll say top of D is okay for now. Not bad, but not usually someone I really want to add it. Like, I would say most people that are D and lower, I would add to the party if there's no one else. But, you know, this is kind of my break point. C is like I'm okay with. D's I'm like I find myself actively avoiding unless I have no other choice. That seems to be the break point. Officer. I think we had an Advent Officer. Either on the Let's Play or in my test campaign, I started with one of those from the very beginning. So I had more experience with these guys. Advent Officer has an Advent Rifle, and that's it. And they get kind of the standard support command abilities, where you give people overwatches. They've got kind of an Overwatch build, marking targets. They're not really very good, though. They don't have much that really makes them stand. I think they're very much middle of the road. Without spending a ton of time explaining it, they're just like a decent mid-tier. He can support with some commands. He can Overwatch. He can throw some grenades, but he's not great at any of it. He's just like decent. And that's mid of C. Middle of C tier has to be my decent, right? Someone has to be average. Overlord. Now we're talking. I have some really fond memories for the overline. Over and out. Overlord is heavy cannon plus bit and this is the one that has perfect handling, negates the aim penalty for long range LMGs, and you can give him squad sight. So they effectively become snipers with a heavy cannon with tons of ammo that can technically move and shoot at squad sight without a penalty. These guys are really good. In fact, I think I have to... This might be my next S tier that's not a scout. The build I had was just steady hands, long range. But, like, they've got a really good Overwatch build if you're, like, letting enemies come to you. They can take shots at squad sight, which is really valuable if you're on a high ground and trying to pick people off. Plus, they can use the LMG, which technically lets them shoot twice at an aim penalty with spray and pray, or whatever it's called. Plus, they've got the bit for some support, technically speaking. It doesn't do a lot, but, you know, you can get a couple bit abilities in there. Which are, like, guaranteed to hit or give shields to your friends. Yeah, I really like the perfect handling heavy cannon build. This was really good. I think definitely A tier or S tier. No, yeah, there was very few missions I wouldn't take this guy. S tier is like, I would always pick them if I could, and I think this is one of those classes that if I had to spot, I would always pick one. I don't want 8 people with heavy cannons, but this might be my favorite heavy cannon, just shooty heavy cannon guy. We'll see. The Overseer is very similar. Let's just put him up there in the same area. Similar, doesn't have the long range bonus, but is another heavy cannon wielder. So heavy cannons, amazing. Plus holo targeting, also amazing. This is a good start. This is the class that is built on targeting with holo targeting, shooting and holo targeting, and then getting free shots when an ally fails to kill the holo targeted units. You get free reaction shots, which you get to use your covering fire and other related perks to get extra shots over and over and over again. And you've got Watchful Eye, you get a free Overwatch shot if somebody you've holo targeted moves or attacks. So this guy is just, it's like better than suppression practically. I mean, it doesn't give you the aim penalty, but I found this very reliable. Now, I'm not going to put it in S tier like the Overlord, because the squad sight cannon was just so cool, but he's definitely a good high-ranking A tier. It takes a little bit more setup with the holo targeting. It doesn't always work, and if your ally just kills them, then you wasted it, right? But if you can, like, holo target, you know, a Sectopod, this guy can get 2, 3, 4 shots pretty reliably as your friends try to shoot him and the enemy moves, you get an extra shot. Like, you can get a lot of damage. Plus, you put your holo on it, which helps the rest of the team hit them as well. Which, you know, holo plus shooting is always a good action economy. Alright. Pathfinder Hunter. Now, this is a class I don't think I got to use during the stream. I think I had to add these guys in. There was a couple Advent classes that we just never spawned, and I added them in myself eventually because I wanted to see what they were like. So this is one of the classes I don't have very much experience with because I never really got it naturally. I just looked at it and maybe used them once or twice. Pathfinder... Come on, sorting. You gotta do better than this. F, M, A, B, S, B, C, P, D, M. Yeah, the alphabetical just completely broke. Pathfinder. There it is. Pathfinder. This is regular Pathfinder. Okay. So Advent Soldier, they have a special SMG and a special scanner. We can make XCOM scanners at the point in the campaign we got to in the stream, but these guys get the unique Advent versions. They're a Phantom-style stealth unit with extra sensors. So they're kind of competing with, like, the Hitman. They don't get tracking specifically, but they're kind of like that kind of unit. So they get a lot of stealth bonuses, a lot of lower detection bonuses. They do get an easy set of officer abilities to grant actions to allies and so forth. While stealth, I think they're, just at a glance, solid. How good are they? I mean, a good covert unit. How high up does that rank into my things? Well, they don't have tracking. They don't have holo targeting. I don't have a lot of experience with them doing much other than support. So I'm going to put them in A as, like, one of the better stealth units.
but maybe not as good as Hijacker, because they don't have, like, takeover enemies. They are just giving your allies, you know, and to be fair, giving your allies combat present, grant an action to a squad mate. I think it has a cooldown, but like that's a 5-turn cooldown. But it's like the Fire Emblem Dance, right? Like refreshing an ally is a very powerful ability, but once every 5 turns is the limit for sure. Good, but not every turn good. All right, Pathfinder Hunter next. Now I think these guys might be a little better, or I might have. Actually, I did them wrong. That was the Pathfinder. This is the Pathfinder Hunter. He's coming up next. Alright, got him. So we fought lots of these guys. We loved killing them for their gear. They have a special Pathfinder rifle, which is basically a sniper rifle. But it's like a special Advent sniper rifle. And let's see. I don't think, we never got this guy on our team either. He's definitely got like a good sniper build, and also starts with the ability that you kill and restore ammo. So he doesn't actually have a 1 ammo style weapon, I don't think, because we could talk about those. I don't like them very much. No, his standard clip size is 3, so he doesn't actually need it. But recovering ammo is certainly helpful, as long as you don't need it to survive. But yeah, he gets stuff like high ground, which gives him squad sight and damn good ground for 1 pick. Or you could go Phantom and be stealth, so he could be a stealth unit or a sniper unit. I think he makes more sense as a sniper unit. And he's definitely a solid one. But again, I haven't really used him very much. He's also got a Hunter's Mark. Yeah, I don't actually think stealth plus sniper is usually a great combo. I'm just going to put him with my other snipers kind of at the low end, because I didn't really get to practice with him very much. Seems fine, but kind of like a generic sniper, and like I said, it's more complicated. I've already spent like an hour and a half. 2 hours? Holy smokes, we're already at 2 hours. I've already talked enough about snipers and stealth without going on to all the nitty-gritty, but I don't think they're a great combo. Well, at least we made a significant dent. It's just a long video. Someone's gonna look at I'm just gonna post this and like, Blue, you uploaded a 3-hour video. I'm not watching all that. Oh well. Priest. That's why I got the important stuff said at the beginning, at the front of the beginning. Advent Priest. This is a support psionic unit. I don't think these guys are super good, at least not compared to our psyops, because the psyops that we get are just so overpowered. Advent Priest. Let's see. What are you looking like? So they do get like a regular rifle and a psyamp. No big deal for them. They get like sustain and stasis. They're like the most frustrating enemy units in the game, just constantly self-sustaining every time, and then stasising one of your units. Like, they rarely kill anybody, they just slow everything down. Most of their psychic abilities are like, well, they've actually got a pretty good spread. I think the problem is you don't get to select a high psi strength unit to become this class. They just come in randomly. The one I got had very low psi strength, which made them bad at contested rolls that required like willpower checks or whatever you call them. Their build is actually pretty similar to a psyop. It's kind of like focused on ice attacks and then like self buffs and just defensive abilities. And I picked mostly the defensive abilities because I had a very low psi strength. But if you had a high psi strength priest, they'd be fine. The problem is, with your own soldiers, you can turn the good psychics into psyops, and then they're even better. These ones, because you don't get to pick like that, it's just, if you get a bad one, you get a bad one. And I think that's going to keep them a little bit in the lower end, just because you cannot guarantee this priest that you recruit, he comes on a mission, is any good at being a priest. He might have the worst psi strength, and that's all he does, and you can't respec him or anything. Now, if he comes with perfect psi strength, he's probably like B or A, but that's something you're not able to control like you can with your own psi soldiers. So, and I usually use Commander's Choice, where I get to pick my own classes anyway, which is a lot of fun for me. I don't think he's bad. I'm going to put him in D, at the top of D, and it's only because psychics are really good, but because of the lack of control on his stats, and mine kind of sucked because he came with bad strength. And I think the abilities overall are weaker than psyops, just the choices. So yeah, I'm gonna put him there. He's really annoying. You know, maybe I should drop him another tier because as an enemy, I hate him. And on our side, he's not even that helpful. How rude. Oh, then we've got our Psyop. I mean, yeah, hands down, it's the strongest. There's no, you don't even really talk about it. They're late game. It takes a long time to build them up, but eventually they are the strongest unit in the game. I don't think there's any questions really. Do I have to explain this? Pick someone who's got a good natural combat intelligence and therefore size strength, and then you just start training them up, and they train infinitely. You can eventually teach them every single standard Psyop ability there is. It takes a while. You know, it's a late game thing, but they can eventually do guaranteed damage. They can be immune to fire and explosions. They can do AoE. They can mind control. They can take over robots. They can stasis. They can heal. They can do everything, and they are, without a doubt, the strongest there is. Really, I don't think there's any question. I'll show you one of mine just for fun. This is Terra, one of my early Psyops. High size strength with a couple equipment. 172 size strength. That's enough to psychic control like almost anything, and I could probably pump it higher if I really tried. And she's almost learned everything. She's still missing Void Rift, but like Void Rift is probably singularly the strongest ability in the game. Mostly, there's a case for mind control, but Void Rift is just AoE. It's better at pulling groups and stuff through walls and all that. My favorite thing is to have a stealth unit provide line of sight vision, and then you don't need line of sight to cast Void Rift. You just need someone else to have line of sight, so you can basically through a wall completely safely Void Rift an entire group, killing or mind controlling half of them from safety. And even if they don't die, they have to walk all the way around to get to your group and get another round of ambushes if you need it. There's nothing that compares to that. So yes, Psyop with Gorilla or any other stealth unit is probably, if you could only pick two, pick a really good stealth unit and a really good Psyop, and that's probably the best two, I really would say. Next up, Scions. This is similar to a Psyop. I would say this is like an earlier game Psyop. This is something you could actually get at a squaddy level, as just a basic promotion. And similar to the Psyops, mostly focuses on Psy abilities. They do get a few gun abilities if you want to go do a little bit of damage. But they've got like healing, which is nice. You don't need a med kit. You can just do psionic healing. They've got some guaranteed damage from Slip Rain and like Boulder Crush and stuff. Definitely one of the better early game classes if you can roll a Scion out of your first squad. Because they'll carry you a lot in the early game. Actually, specifically because they have Mass Reanimate, they're going up here. I know I said the whatever that, I already forgot the name of it. The Void Rift, yeah, was the strongest ability. Well, Mass Reanimate is in contention because, I mean, it only works on Dead Advent, but once you've got like 2 or 3 zombies, it's so easy to just lure out the AI's Overwatches, and just their AI kind of breaks. They waste all their time trying to kill your zombies, keeping your soldiers perfectly safe. And it's like, it recharges every 2 or 3 turns. You can bring up so many zombies. Yeah. S tier. Maybe not as good as a Psyop for overall versatility, but not much competes with Mass Reanimate. And it says a later game one, but the Scion is also really good early game because you can get them early. You don't need to research anything. You can just start with them. So yeah, they've got the early game edge, and then a really powerful late game ability to carry them, to keep them in S tier. Purifier! Advent Flamethrower unit. I think this is the other guy that can't take cover, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure. The Frost Purifier and the regular Purifier being too big for cover. Where are you? Purifier. There it is. Yeah, so it's got a flamethrower and a pistol. Okay. And the build, now his pistol build isn't too bad. He's got quick draw, so he can shoot twice. He does +1 damage with it, I think. And he can get like heavy weapon slots and all that. So like, You know, he might be better than... What else have I got? How would he compete to my other ones? So I have a Geneva with the rockets that's pretty high up. The Arsonist is in F tier. I mean, I'm just going to put him one step above Arsonist. I don't think he's very good. He can't take cover. I don't know, maybe he's even worse than the Arsonist. He can do a pistol build with, like, fanfire. I'll give him that he's got a natural build to do multiple shots with a pistol that are decent. It's not as good as a gunslinger at all. That's a pretty wide gap, but... It's just because he's... I don't think he gets cover. His main weapon sucks. And he's a special advent unit, so you don't even start with him in the early game. It's going to be a mid-game when you recruit him if you're lucky. And he's just not going to... I don't think he's going to really carry his weight. Hard to recruit, comparatively. Like, the advent soldiers you don't get early. You're going to have to do a mission and recruit them randomly mid-game. Now, some of them really carry themselves just fine. This one does not. Pyromaniac. Okay, I think this is the last of my stupid flamethrower units. Thankfully. How does this one compare? This is flamethrower plus auto pistol. Hooray. This one is the technically Overwatch flamethrower. They're all about, like, setting up a zone of control. They don't destroy cover. Or they do destroy... No, they don't destroy cover. They don't destroy corpses. That's the one. They technically don't burn the bodies. And they can even shoot twice with war crime expertise. Nah, they're garbage. Totally garbage. I don't know if they're... I think the Arsonist is the one I like the least. Because the canister build I didn't care about. Pistols are a little bit better. And I think that the abilities on the Pyromaniac are a little bit better. I mean, they're not good. There's a reason I have an F tier, and it's mostly for these guys. Done. Quartermaster. This is an interesting one. This is the class that gets, like, a ton of bonus AP and tons of free, like, extra trees in their level up tree. Lots of extra perks they can pick with their extra AP. Their main NOP LMNOP Q. Okay, this is alphabetical. Crazy. Surprises me when it works. But yeah, they can equip rifles, medium weapons, rifles, shotguns, SMGs, and they get a secondary pistol that you have to choose to equip. But what I did was I had my quartermasters take all their bonus AP and just invest in the default pistol tree. And that worked out pretty good in the mid to early game. Because I think, you know, early game pistols just being cheaper weapons, being able to make good pistoliers, like, it's not going to be as good as the gunslinger, but it was not bad. And it was cheap. Very, very cheap to equip, which was definitely a perk in the earlier game. In the mid to late game, value dropped off for sure. And their standard perk picks are just all over the place. There's med kits, there's tanking armor, there's ammo, there's grenades. It's not very synergistic, it's just a whole bunch of random stuff. So you can try to make a good build out of it, but it's not very automatic. I think C rank is probably good enough for them, and probably at the lower end. Yeah. I was very rarely excited to bring a quartermaster, except for in the early game. There's a very small window where you got laser pistols. When you get a new pistol tier of weapons, when you really need that extra +1 damage, they can carry. And you can give them an auto pistol, I believe, which is like +2 damage. But bad against armor. So early game, they've got a good window, I think, and then it's a bit harder to keep them later on. But they're very, like, in terms of, like, general versatility, they can do almost anything. Not quite mercenary tier, but you could build them for grenades or melee or whatever, because you can just equip all that stuff, and there are perks for it. It's just they're not very cohesive. It's kind of just a whole bunch of random stuff thrown at the wall. Raptor Commando. This guy, I believe, was another one of the better Advent units. This is the jetpack one, right?
And you gotta love jetpacks. I am sorry, it takes me so long to find these friggin' classes in my list. I wish the auto-sorting just worked. It'd be so much easier. Anyway, Raptor Commando, Advent Vector Rifle. Technically a Vector Rifle style, so it doesn't have crazy squad sight aim. Good to remember. It still shoots at squad sight. It's just not a normal sniper rifle. It counts as a Vector Rifle for aiming. But they do get squad sight by default. They get sustained by default. They've got the Raptor Jump and the Psi Strike. So they're kind of got some psionic abilities that you can pick if you want. They've got an Overwatch sniping build if you like that. They've got a normal high ground sniping, and they can get to high ground very easily. And they even have a nice variety of psionic abilities like Soul Strike and Summon Droids. They're good. This is definitely one of the better ones. I think... I'm not going to put them in S tier, but they deserve to be with the other really good Advents. I might even put them right before my fan favorite Overseer. They're one of the best Advent classes in my opinion. Being able to the repositioning abilities are really good. The psychic, like even if you're on high ground on top of a tower or something, but all the enemies are in cover, well, you can use your guaranteed psychic attack or a healing spell or summon a droid, or just steady weapon for next turn to get a better aim shot. So like they've got a nice variety. They also have a Psi Strike that pushes the enemy out of cover. So even if you can't take a shot with them, they can set up a kill for someone else, which, I mean, that's some great versatility. For someone who's basically a sniper that can fly. Ranger! Okay, I know for sure this guy's going to go S tier. Not that he's the best endgame one. This is different than a PsyOp. This is like literally the opposite of a Psy Operative. This starts so good, you can't not bring them. And then, as the rest of the group catches up, he stops being the best, but is still near the top. But he held the S rank for so long. This is a guy that has got a rifle and a shoddy, and they're both good. Rifles are good at mid-range, and shoddies are good at short range if you need them. He starts with Marauder double shot and +1 damage. I don't think there's a single squaddy standard class, not counting Advent or Mechs, but of all the vanilla classes, there's probably no one I want more at squaddy at the beginning of this campaign than a bunch of Rangers. 2 shots with +1 damage each is just so good, and you're using a rifle, which is like 3 to 5 damage, so you're getting, effectively 25% more average damage-ish. Times 2! So you're going from averaging 4 damage to averaging 10 damage-ish, like, assuming no crits or grazes and everything and you're hitting. But also 2 shots, so even if you miss one, you might hit on the second shot. Like, that's so much better. It's like bringing 2 soldiers. Two soldiers and a little bit extra for 1 slot. So good. Now, that doesn't mean he keeps up with the amazing abilities. He just starts with the best stuff. And as he levels up, you can lean into your shoddy to do a couple more pump action stuff, which is good. You can go kind of an Overwatch build. I like None Shall Pass. If a melee unit runs up to him, he takes out his shoddy at short range and just blasts him for 20 damage. And he does get access to rapid fire for double shot, which effectively becomes triple shot, shoot, and then 2 more shots at minus aim. And you can get thousands to go where you just keep killing forever as long as you have enough ammo. No, he's good. I think maybe not the best S tier, but there's no reason I would not take a Ranger almost ever. First 50% of the campaign, always bring a Ranger if you have one. I would always bring. That's like core middle of the pack, just shooting stuff. Sure, you need someone who can stealth, you need someone who can do hacking and stuff, but if you just need some people to do damage, Ranger is early game the best. And Reapers, this is sad because I know in War of the Chosen a lot of people really love their Reapers, and I think they got hit with the nerf bat a bit too much. I actually didn't use Reapers much when I played War of the Chosen. I didn't really get the hype, but I have been shown what they can do, and I understand that with a bit of careful planning and smart play and a good build, Reapers can completely solo the game, basically. Unfortunately, I don't think that's an option in this mod pack. The changes to their base class are, I think, the heaviest nerf we've seen, really. They no longer have permanent stealth or chance to come out. There's no way to stay concealed when the group is revealed. They just get temporary 2-turn shadow concealment, which is way worse. They do get tracking, which is, I mean, I like tracking, right? I talked about that. Seeing enemies through walls. They get squad sight with a vector rifle. They're not bad. They've got a cool throwing knife build, a good vector rifle pseudo-sniping build, and they can also do a couple things. They got a couple picks for like their claymores, although it's not very many options. And also a lot of people are like, what about Banish, where you just shoot to the run of ammo? Heavily nerfed as well. Reduced aim and damage per shot. Also reveals you. There's a couple ways to make it better at the end game, but we're talking Master Sergeant here, when everyone else is at their best. I think they're still decent. I think, like, they're in the same category as a bounty hunter. They're good, but they're nowhere near S tier anymore. And I think I like the bounty hunter a bit more. The knives are good for, the throwing knives are good for short range, and you can make a really good throwing. They can do a lot of damage with throwing knives. They're also pretty cheap, kind of like pistols. So if you get a new tier of, like, you know, your first plasma tier throwing knife is cheap, and you'll need a couple, and they're doing a lot of damage really quick. Way cheaper than buying a bunch of plasma cannons. So, you know, some of these classes that are really good are also really expensive to outfit. But, not these guys. Okay, that's my thoughts on the Reaper. Recon is going to be pretty high up as well. I think this might be one of my top tier stealth units. Pretty sure this is stealth plus holo. It was so good I made 2. Yeah, we're going to go like SMG plus holo on these guys. And they're going to just start with Phantom, the good version. They start with holo targeting and +1 duration holo targeting, just from the beginning. And they get tracking at Lance Corporal. And they can get all the good stealth, covert kind of things. They can get free battle scanners, rapid targeting. Yeah. These guys have to be a little bit better than Guerrillas. S tier. Like, a lot of these stealth units in S tier are similar. And I keep saying this one's the best, this one's the best. No, Recon's the best because it gets holo targeting, phantom stealth, and tracking. The other two only had 2 out of the 3 options, not all 3. So, Recon, I think, beats them out. And technically, they have access to, like, rapid fire, hit and run. They actually have some good, like, combat options if you'd prefer those rather than stealth. Like, they're not, like, yeah, no, they deserve their top tier S rank for sure. I can't bump out the unimaginable power of the Psyops and the Scions, but they're as good of a support unit as I think exists. Yeah. It's all coming back to me now that I'm getting more familiar with these. Roboticist. Yeah, we're almost through. Can I get this done before a 3-hour video? Okay, Roboticist, obviously Gremlin and Shotgun, interestingly enough, which is, I guess, not... I mean, you can also use SMGs, but the Shotgun plus Gremlin's a decent combo, because the Gremlin has, like, you know, long range capability, basically, and the Shotgun is a nice short range capability, so it's got a synergy there. So the Roboticist actually has Slugger, which has been changed. This was not in the one I played. It used to just be a special longer range shot that once every 2 or 3 turns you could take a no aim penalty shotgun shot at range. Now, Slugger just gives... Wow, I wish I had this from the beginning. It just gives no aim, long range aim penalty for shotguns. It's like the thing for pistols we had back in the day. Okay, that bumps them up. Now you've got a shotgun that works like a rifle that does more damage. Still does crit at close range, of course, but you don't need to be close range anymore. That's a big one. They get a lot of hacking, like acid damage, caustic protocol, acid grenades. Yeah, acid grenades are really good. You can give acid... This might be changed from the last time I played it. I think Roboticists were good, and they've been bumped up to really good in some of the patches, just looking at what I'm seeing here. This looks better than what I originally built them as. Just, the shotgun is better. I think some of the robotic attacks are better. They're going to be above Hijacker in A tier. Just at a quick glance. Another really good hacker. I mean, Hijacker gets full overdrive, which steals units. Roboticist can get it at high levels, but they don't start with it. But I think overall, the Roboticist has better utility overall. But yeah, both really good. I mean, A ranks aren't, they're not bad. If I want a hacker, these are the kind of hackers I'm looking for. And I do, like I said, I generally want to bring one hacker on a mission because there's a lot of stuff to hack. But it's hard for them to steal the spotlight and be S tier because they're not generally winning the map for you. They're just, maybe saving you a turn on the hack so you don't have to run up close. They can save the mission though. Okay, Rook. Here we go. We're really getting skewed upwards this last few picks here. The Rook is my favorite shield guy. Probably going to be A. So this time we're talking basic assault rifle plus shield. And this is the kind of combo that I like. Because this is the one where they get a free shield action to make a shield wall that puts smoke down, that protects them and nearby allies, and that gives them free overwatches. And you can also buff their smoke up to give like extra aim and crit and defense. You can get covering fire. Yeah. They've also got good armor and stuff anyway. They're also very anti-psychic. They got a special shot that does bonus damage to psionic units, I think. Or at least debuffs them somehow. Yeah, Witch Slayer is an option. Yeah, these guys are real good. I mean, they've got to be DPS potential, at least Gunslinger, Destroyer. I'm going to put them in mid-A tier. I mean, the competition is fierce. But yeah, they've even got, the ability to give themselves... Inside their smoke, they can give everyone immunity to mental effects and eventually fire, poison, acid, and explosive. So if you want to just make a turret that literally prevents all AoE damage and psychic abilities to him and probably up to 3 or 4 allies, you can have that spot. A nice cluster that the AI will waste grenades on that can't even hurt you. Well, I mean, they might be able to destroy the ground and drop you on the ground. But other than that... yeah, I think that guy is definitely one of my favorites. I had a lot of fun with Rooks. Okay. Now, there is one class that can probably beat out the Psyop. It's the class that can solo any mission once you get them going. Unless they've been nerfed into the ground since the last time I looked at them. The Saboteur was the sneak hit of the last... If you didn't watch all the streams, spoiler alert, it takes a while, but once I figure out how Saboteurs work, they completely break the game, and I have to restrain myself from using them on every mission. So, Saboteur is a Vector Rifle, and that's it. They just get a Vector Rifle, but it's a good weapon. Nothing wrong with Vector Rifle. But their build, so they're a perma-stealth Phantom unit, which is already good, that can lay traps, and with a single upgrade at Lance Corporal, when their grenade traps detonate, they are no longer revealed. So you have a stealth unit who can put down traps, grenades, on top of an enemy squad, have it explode, and he doesn't even get revealed. Unless they walk right on top of him. Depending on his armor and other stuff. So you can have an enemy pod not activate, and just keep throwing grenades at them until they die, basically. Trap grenades. Not only that, he naturally can improvise new grenades on the field. APs and eventually frags, I believe. Or it depends on your build, but they changed it a couple times. But he can just improvise grenades near infinitely. I think there's 6 or 8 per mission or something you can do, but you don't even have to carry too many grenades with you. He also starts with the espionage thing, which gives him parkour, jump up walls, failsafe, don't fail a hack, and infiltration, which lowers his infiltration time, I think, which means this is really good for doing all these long war style missions. No, this guy can solo missions, 100%. You need a couple level ups, like Lance Corporal, and at that point, you can very likely solo a mission with him on his own.
Once I figured out how it's built, and he does need like armor that reduces detection range and stuff like that helps. But yeah, the AI just cannot handle being exploded by something they cannot detect. They don't know what to do. They just stand there basically, and that's what really breaks it. Is you get a big group of, as many as you can find. If you can find 10 aliens all in a little group, drop a grenade on them. They move, but they don't know where to go if they don't know where your squad is. If everyone's in concealment, like if you haven't lost group concealment yet, the saboteur can just slowly kill everything on the map and they will never shoot at you because they never find you. I don't think any other class can do that. So he completely breaks the stealth game, and that's why he's going to be our top tier S rank. Man, I've got a lot of people in S rank. I didn't think there was that many amazing classes. Scavenger. I'm probably going to put this guy a little bit low. This is kind of more of a greed class than a damage utility class. Scavenger has another vector rifle and a sword. Swords. I don't know if I ever used the sword on this guy. But their specialty is basically marking targets for extra drops. The low-level one just gets you like 1 alloy or something. Later on, you can get weapon mods and stuff drop for equipment salvage. They also do like bonus damage to enemies carrying loot and stuff like that. It's okay, but you're basically making someone a little bit weaker in combat to greed out slightly more resources in the strategy layer. But not really enough to make a difference, and you also have to equip the soldier. But they don't really get much. Like, they have squad sight on a vector rifle. They have a melee attack. They can get Marauder at Master Sergeant, late at the very end. And then you've got a double shot vector sniper, which is cool. So they're not bad, but I think they lean into a more greedy playstyle that basically sacrifices tactical power for a tiny bonus in resources. Not enough to really make them very good. I'm going to put them... Actually, I think I'll do like top of D tier. I generally don't actually think I would recommend them. They certainly can get strong eventually. But there are other people with vector rifles and sniper rifles who can do it better. And the only reason you bring them really is to scavenge extra loot, but they don't get enough to really make much of a difference. Which is probably fine, because otherwise you would just deploy 8 scavengers and just min-max all your drops to get as much alloys as you can or whatever, and that would be worse, so I don't mind. Scouts! I don't remember what scouts have unique for them. Scouts. They are... Oh, this is going to be... Scout Sniper. This is another vanilla Long War one. So there's smart snipers, marksmen, whatever, and then Scout Sniper. So they are another sniper class. They equip sniper rifles. They also have a pistol. They start... Yes, the problem... This is the one. I remember this now. Yeah, it's all coming back to me. This is the class that has permanent stealth and a sniper. And I find that they are so anti-synergistic, it's really frustrating. Because if you're a sniper, you've got all the sniper abilities, lead the target, double tap, disabling shot, all those kinds of good stuff, duck and cover, good sniper abilities. You remain stealth when the group reveals, so that means you don't even get your shot on Overwatch. You don't lose your concealment, so on that first round activation, you could lead the target to force it, otherwise your automatic Overwatch is wasted, literally, because you're stuck in stealth. Which, that could be good if that's what you want, but I want my snipers killing stuff. That's why they've got a big gun. Scouts are important, so you could make a scout, or like stealth scouts, whatever. You could forget he's got a sniper rifle and just go on the pistols, but you can't equip an SMG for that extra mobility then, which is usually how we make the really light, the Recon, Guerrilla, and Hitman are extra good because they can equip SMGs that we don't ever fire, but actually give us +2 mobility and less detection range. A big vector rifle, I don't think it's a huge detection range, but it's more than an SMG. So it's just harder to be a good scout with a big weapon, makes sense. Yeah, I don't think they're bad. They also are one of the rare
once per turn restore ammo after taking a shot, no kills necessary at high levels. So there are a few high-tech sniper rifles that have 1 ammo, and generally I say are garbage. This is a class that can use them later on, so that's got some value. But it's pretty niche, and those are special sniper rifles that do a ton of damage with 1 ammo. And in fact, they can do this without having to do a reload phase every second turn. It's actually pretty good. But the anti-synergy of scouting plus sniping is rough. I'm not going to put them this low. That was a little dramatic. I think the niche auto sniper reload is weak. The other sniper picks are good, but not any better than other sniper picks. And it's kind of so anti-synergistic that I'm going to put it down in D. Somebody's probably going to be really upset with me. But I actually just think they're... Comparing them to other snipers, I'd rather have almost any other sniper. Or a scout. And if you need someone to do both, it doesn't really work. Like, I find that if you're scouting, you want to scout and have... you want to have things you can do while concealed. Like holo targeting or commanding or stuff like that. If you're staying stealth and you have nothing to do, then you're just wasting... You're ending your turn doing nothing. Or you're sniping, in which case your stealth doesn't matter because you're at the back of the group sniping rather than up front, you know, revealing enemies. So I just find they don't work together very well. Maybe there's a way to do it, I just haven't figured it out. But in my experience, that wasn't a good class. Not compared to the other options, anyway. Besides, someone's got to be below average. 50% of the classes are below average. Below the mean. Scrapper. Is this my... This is the weird one. Actually, it might not have one. Did I ever manage to add one back in? I think I started... There's one class that we started with, and then I deleted, and I tried to get back, but they didn't exist in the recruitment pool for some reason. I can't remember if this was it or not. Scrapper. Nope. Well, I've got a scrapper one way or the other, so this might not be it. So this is a... I think they default to shotguns, but they can also equip like medium weapons like rifles and SMGs. So that definitely gives them a little bit of versatility. The pure shotgun guys sometimes struggle, but being able to equip a rifle is nice. Good thing to remember if you're listening along still, almost 3 hours in. Don't forget, a lot of assault-style classes can just drop the shotgun and use a rifle anyway, which arguably could be better, you know? Alright, so, Scrapper, like I said, shotgun or rifle. They also have a knife, no big deal there. They've got the beatdown thing, which works against unarmored enemies. Kind of neat early game, and then not very good later. They do have access to focus for the auto-hit overwatches. They definitely have, like, shotgun-style abilities, like close encounters. I don't see anything that's super exciting. They've got a knife build, but knives are kind of just worse swords. I mean, rifle plus knife is a decent combo, but their perks are set for... You're probably supposed to have a shotgun. I'm going to say these guys are a bit on the low end. Probably worse than an assault. I'll just say, yeah, this is fine. Low end of C. They're not, like, a detriment. There's nothing wrong with them. But there's not much that stands out. They can shotgun okay. They can knife a little bit. They could also just use a rifle and be okay. But they're not going to be anything close to, like, a ranger that specializes on rifles. They're a close range kind of unit that's a bit mediocre, in my opinion. Sharpshooter, that's the one. Scouts and sharpshooters are the vanilla long war sniper style. This guy's not going to be E, don't worry. That's just temporary. Sharpshooter, obviously a sniper rifle, and a holo targeter. Good combo. Well, not the best combo, because you can't generally shoot a sniper rifle with one action point. You generally need 2. However, you can rapid target for free, and then still take a 2 action point sniper shot. So they are really good snipers. Sharpshooters are one of the better pure snipers in that they start with lead the target. My favorite sniper ability. They've got death from above, damn good ground. They got a bunch of really good stuff, even double tap. And they of course get the holo targeting stuff if you like. Although I think stealth holo targeters are better than sniper holo targeters. But squad sight, you can get snapshot if you'd like, which would work better with the holo targeting, because then you can holo plus snapshot afterwards, which might be better, depending on what you're trying to do. They're definitely not bad. They've got to be another middle tier, I think. I'll put them... just a good sniper. Maybe I'll just put them with the other snipers. Yeah, I'll say... like, the Fusilier is better on certain missions, but Sharpshooter is just very reliable most of the time, you know? Now, you don't want a sniper on every mission. I know I've talked about that too, but of the snipers, it's just kind of another sniper. I'm kind of just putting them all together here because they all function pretty similarly. And I do often want a sniper, just not always, which is why they're B. And it's hard to be a sniper that goes much higher because they generally don't clear everything. They don't have, like... their utility is single target burst DPS, you know. They double tap once in a while and kill something. I mean, sometimes you get disabling shot. That's pretty good too. Shield bearers. Okay, we're almost through. We're almost through. I can do it. I can do it. I feel my voice starting to crack. This is what I do. I take like 2 months off Let's Playing, and then or however many months it was from streaming and all that. And first one, I'm like, let's just do a 3-hour tier list. It was not supposed to be 3 hours. It just takes a long time. I like to talk. Okay, Shield Bearer is a heavy battle rifle advent user, and they don't actually have a shield. Interestingly enough, it's illegal. Wait. Did I just move the Shinobi? Was the Shinobi supposed to be there? Oh no, did I mess it up? Crap. Shield Bearer Shinobi. Shinobi's coming next. I haven't talked about him yet. S-H-I-E-N. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I just grabbed the wrong one when that's all I was saying. Okay. Very confusing. This is a big tier list. Okay. So Shield Bearers don't have shields. They are medics and support with suppression. They got a big gun with a lot of ammo. They can do suppression and area suppression by default. Plus, they're good with like smoke grenades and medic kits. So they've got all the nice smoke buffs. They can also do some nice suppression stuff. If suppression was better in practice for me, I would probably rate them higher. I remember thinking this was pretty good when I first tried them. But of course, suppression never worked for me, like literally ever in the whole stream series. And we did a lot of streams. Basically never got it to pull off to do anything. So that decreases its value. But it does get the nice smoke grenade build. And at least it's got a heavy weapon so it can shoot and smoke, and I think you can generally smoke grenade without ending your turn. I'm pretty sure they've got the ability for that. So they can smoke from default and then still shoot. And you can smoke to buff as well with aim, which is definitely one of the better ways to use it. So I can't say he's terrible. I'm going to put him kind of maybe just a little bit better than like the officer with the other advent sort of mid-tiers. Like decent, like the potential to be awesome if you can get those awesome AoE suppressions, but he's not as focused on that as like a gunner would be with the full build. But he also has access to medkits, which is not garbage. He's got a whole... in fact, he has a whole medic branch if you want to invest into medic skills. If you like that, he's got it. And a medic with a big gun? I can get down with that. Alright, now we're on to Shinobi. I think this is going to be another pure melee, but let's find out. We are... oh no, this is SMG plus sword. Alright. Okay, so stealth unit starts with Phantom, can get covert, can definitely go into Blade Master sword stuff if you want. Can also go kind of run and gun SMG stuff. Yeah. A stealth unit that can't do anything while stealthed. They don't really have any abilities that work while sneaking. So you have to break stealth to shoot or stab. Definitely doesn't put them in S tier. SMG is not generally a major damage contributor, although, yeah, without like double shot or plus damage. And then their sword abilities are also pretty on the weak side. They also don't get Whirlwind, the sword attack, and move immediately. Run sword and then get out of the way until pretty high levels, which means sword units, if you want to use them, which is already risky, really need the Whirlwind ability to get out of there, and you know, be safe, and not also like enemy patrols, like in theory, move out of the way of a patrol so you don't activate another group again, because they come towards the noise where you just kill somebody. So if you don't have Whirlwind, that makes it even harder to be a sword guy. So what does that leave him? Stealth and an SMG? That's pretty mid. I guess I like him more than the pure melee, but not by much. I'm going to put him in E. I think there's way better stealth units that aren't even in... He's not even contention for a stealth unit. And sword units... There are better sword units too, but at least he's got a gun, I guess. I don't know. It's not much. Okay, Skirmisher. This guy will rank pretty high. The hero classes are very strong. Except for the Reaper, which is just averagely strong. Skirmisher, let's see. This might be another A rank, actually. A really, really good early game. So my recommendation for pretty much all War of the Chosen is to start with the Skirmisher faction if you're choosing, because these guys are really good early game, and they kind of wear off a little bit in the late game. And also the Skirmisher faction bonus is a bit better, I think, than the other ones. Building buildings is good, especially when you need to build a lot of buildings at the beginning of the game. So he starts with hit and run, which is move, shoot, shoot, or move, shoot, move. And he also starts with Marauder, which is shoot, shoot without moving. Also Ripjack Slash and Grapple. So he's kind of like the Ranger. He starts just stacked. Now, he doesn't have an assault rifle. The Bullpup is kind of a cross between a SMG and a rifle, or sort of in that range. I think it does 1 less damage than a rifle, or 1 less max damage at least. I think I have to put him in S tier just below Ranger. He has the same advantage the Ranger has in the early game. There's not much else you'd want other than Rangers and Skirmishers for DPS against low armor, low HP enemies. Shooting twice and being able to Ripjack. I mean, especially early game dealing with sectoids, they're weak to melee, and he's probably the best melee class. Maybe Templar, but other than Templar, being able to deal with all those melee vulnerable units in the early game is really helpful. Destroys all their ghosts and mind controls and stuff. I think, yeah, really solid early game. One of the best early games. And he scales better than some. Like, I followed the Ripjack line, and he still zooms around the battlefield getting 3 or 4 kills on a good turn easily. Yeah, you know what? S, I'm okay with that. Maybe even warrants a slightly higher ranking. Because of the grapple, the mobility really helps. Yeah, I'm actually going to bump him up 2 steps. I'm not going to let him beat some of the crazy overpowered stealth tricks. I'm going to put all the stealth units together. Destroyer is good. You know what? Skirmisher beats him too. Destroyer's moving down a little bit. Destroyer Commando is great, but yeah, I feel a little bit happier with this. Skirmisher is really strong, especially early game. And the early game is the hardest part of the game, so the more you're killing stuff with Rangers and Skirmishers, the more your rookies get a chance to live. Shredder. Right. This guy's got to be pretty high ranked too. Man, I mean, it's pretty well balanced. I didn't expect I'd have a lot of Fs and Es. These are kind of like the meme categories anyway, really. I could have just had one bad category. Shredders, another one that's better early on. Because, unless they removed it, 3 free acid grenades at Lance Corporal. That is so good. Because you can't build acid grenades for ages. It takes forever to learn how to build them. And having access to those early on, you know, drones and early mechs and stuff, having armor is really hard to kill when you've got bad weapons. The acid grenades just shred it to nothing instantly. I've had really good success with acid grenades in the early game. Not as important in later on, but yeah, they've got a shotgun and a sword. I forgot to mention. They've got a bunch of acid-based abilities, which I would say generally is my favorite status element. Status whatever you want to call that, but status affliction. I think this guy deserves an A, and I want to put him near the gunslinger and the rook, because I think of him in the same kind of category. The shotgun, low range, and the sword, like, not that impressive, but the acid effects, especially early on, the ability to get items, you know, a tech level early is pretty darn strong. It might be a little bit contentious. I might have ranked this guy higher than the average person would, but I've had really good success with early game shredders, and early game is big. I'll save the Spark with all the mechs, because it's basically the same thing. Specialist, another vanilla Long War class. So Specialist, let me see. They're going to get rifles or SMGs. I think they might even use shotguns as well. And then a Gremlin. And they've got your standard hacking builds and medic builds. And they've got an Overwatch build too. They've got a surprisingly good aim in Overwatch, honestly. This is a really good class. In the group of hackers, it's not a stealth hacker like the Roboticist and the Hijacker, but it's an Overwatch hacker. Yeah, different role, but if you wanted to bring a hacker, either stealth hacking is great because you're covering two necessities at once, but a specialist hacker doesn't get the stealth, but has a more offensive role, either with shooting, overwatching, or just being able to use the damaging gremlin abilities because they don't have to worry about their stealth. I actually think I like the specialist a little bit more. It's a really solid class. Of the three, I think this is a good spot for it. Storm Rider. Okay, let's talk Storm Rider. This is the only class that can dual wield melee weapons. So of course I made sure I did that. I don't recommend it. The second weapon does half damage and sucks. But your secondary weapon doesn't have to be a sword. You could give them a pistol, which is probably better. You can also give them a shield if you want another knight. I don't see anything else in there. Shield, sword, pistol. So you can dual wield swords, or sword and shield, or sword and pistol. They do have a ability line that kind of works on dual wielding, but it sucks. And I think the best use case for these Storm Riders that I could see is to go Conduit, which lets you teleport, and then you get Special Overwatch, which lets you run out, stab something, and then teleport to where you started. And then you can add Covering Fire into your Overwatch sorting. Now, while you're running out, you can still be hit by reaction fire, so unless you've got Shadow Step or Leading Reflexes, which they don't get unless you've got armor or something. There are some... No, he does get Shadow Step at high levels, but it's pretty high level. But you can still be killed running out on Overwatch, and unlike a gun Overwatch, you can still run out and stab someone, activate another pod, which happened to me almost every time I tried it. Now, you can effectively have infinite Overwatch, and at a pretty long range, where you can run a long distance, stab something, and teleport back, and just do that not just once per turn, but as many as there are enemies that move within him. So you could imagine a setup where the Storm Rider runs up, dual wield, smack, 2 hits with the swords, teleports back, and just chews through an entire pod activation, especially like reinforcements dropping down, all scampering. It's just, it doesn't really work very often, and other than that, he doesn't have anything. It's just melee, melee, melee. Now, I'm not going to actually put him in F. He's not as bad, I don't think, as those guys. I'm just going to put him beside the knight, because he's basically a knight. His perks, he's less tanky. He can wear a shield, but he doesn't get all the shield perks. And the dual wielding specialization, which is unique to him, is garbage. So that puts him just above my poor bishop, who doesn't get focus when he attacks. Stormtrooper, another bullpup that I have fond memories of. This is one where I always thought was bad because the association of Stormtrooper is always missing. Star Wars, etc. But I think they started to grow on me as I got a little more practice. So bullpups and hit and run. So they definitely have like a way, if they're flanking, to shoot twice from the beginning, from squatty. Their build is very mobility, run and gun, short range flanking kind of thing. So they're not going to get as many shots as easily as a ranger or some of these other classes. But they can, and they can get Marauder as well if you want to hold still and shoot twice. It's just the Bullpup is a bit more like a SMG, so flanking and crits are a little bit more important than holding still and shooting twice from cover. So that's less of a priority for them. I think... I'm thinking C or B for the Stormtrooper. Let's go... Would I rather... somewhere around here. No, I like him more than the Hell Knight. I think I like him more than the Frost guys. That's pretty close to B. The Freebooter and the Stormtrooper are fairly similar. I could see the two of them being pretty close together. I'm not sure which one's better. I didn't use either of them a ton. But yeah, I think like high C tier makes sense for this guy. He's definitely not bad. He's just not as good as we need to beat EV in the higher ranks. C tier, definitely usable. Just doesn't impress me that much. Stun Lancers. Alright, this is another one I started my run with, I think. Either the one we did or my test run. They get absolutely insane melee damage. Bare Knuckle. Your melee attacks deal +6 damage. Increases with rank. I think maybe it starts at 3 and goes up to 6 or something like that. It's just insane. The Stun Lancer is... If you like melee damage, I actually don't think there's anything that can compete with it. Just because it's get a flat +6. Now, they do get a gun, thankfully. They've got just a basic Advent rifle, at least. So they're not a pure melee. I went for the melee build, and it was decent. It's still melee. Their gun build is actually not bad at all. They get, like, center mass and impulse and hit and run and all that stuff. I think I just wanted to see how high I could get my DPS, because he's got... I mean, I'll just show you here. I think I remember calculating this on stream. +6, or whatever this turns into. +3 from that. That's +9 flat damage. Add in some crit and armor piercing. No grazes. Ever. More crit damage against biological. More crit chance against stuff. I can't remember how good this... And you got +1 damage from Blade Master. That's at least +10 damage, and the crit as well. You know, I think you really can overkill like crazy. 6 to 11 base +10 is 16 to 21, with a crit chance probably getting around 50% or higher pretty easily, and probably armor piercing all armor easily at this point. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's just melee, right? So... Where are some other melee units to compare them to, maybe? Is the Heretic melee? Yeah, that's probably about what I would be thinking. I think the Heretic doesn't do as much damage, but might be a little better. Or do I put him down with, like, the Lancer? Frost Lancer. You know, actually, he's not much different than a Frost Lancer. Yeah, they're pretty similar. That makes sense. Ooh, we're down to 1 row. Surgeon. Okay, this is another sniper. Sniper / medic. I remember this was one of the earliest classes I had that max level, actually. Just because they're so versatile. It's always nice to have a sniper, and it's nice to have a backup medic. A sniper medic is a great combo because they're not that likely to get killed, and you've got a medic for emergencies. Better than a sniper scout. And this is a very heavy Overwatch sniper. They get, like, ready for anything, which means you shoot and get a free Overwatch, and it gets covering fire. You also can get Avenger to shoot back if some of your friends get shot. Yeah, a solid Overwatch sniper with squad sight, no snapshot, and a bunch of medic abilities, which is nice to have a couple of those. I would say certainly one of my snipers, which are all just going to be B tier, I think. I mean, all the decent snipers are just going to be around here, because they're all... I mean, the Keeper is sort of like them, but she's not as dedicated to sniping. She's a bit more mid. I mean, yeah, there's not much difference. They're mostly interchangeable. It's just, what do you want? Do you want a little bit of extra healing? Do you want focusing only on sniping? Do you want whatever all the ones, the scaling over a long mission, or the knives, or, you know, just the slight differences, but the sniping, the play style for a sniper doesn't change that much. Speaking of which, another one. This is kind of the issues. Maybe there's too many similar classes. So Survivalist, would you believe, is another sniper. This time you get a shorty, little shotgun shotty there to help out. And that's another good combo. Long range sniper, short range point blank shotgun. If something gets close, you don't have to worry about not being able to snipe them. This is the one that has the this one's mine. So you got like a free watchful eye, and basically you get a free reaction shot when your target moves or attacks. And also a lot of crit chance against them and defense against them. So they're pretty solid. And then like the point blank shotgun stuff is good. They don't get the full set of sniper abilities like the lead the target, which I like so much. So maybe on the lower end of snipers. I would say, yeah, they're a little bit harder to set up with a cooldown sort of watchful eye ability. And it's a little bit more niche than the other ones. They don't technically need to be a sniper either. They can definitely equip other weapons. I think you can go rifle or SMG if you prefer. But yeah, Survivalist maybe on the low end of the snipers. I think the Pathfinder Hunter was also a sniper. I still don't think I want to put him into C, because I still think he's better than average. It's just, of the snipers, he's probably the weakest sniper. Or the weakest of this set. Obviously, I have the Keeper, and there might be some other ones sneaking around. Tier listing is hard. How do these people do this? Maybe my tier list just has too many things on it. Anyway, we're almost through. Technical. Another technically sniper. Now, this is a sniper class that doesn't need to equip snipers, and I think it's actually better not going sniper. So technical can go rifles. Oh no, it's the technician. We're almost there. Is the one that's sniper. So sorry, technical does not use snipers. It's rifles and medium weapons, so shotguns and SMGs, and a rocket launcher. They can gauntlet, rocket, or gauntlet. Gauntlet, rocket, or regular rocket. That's all right. So we're thinking more about rockets than sniping. Keep that in mind. They get the full rocket tree with fire in the hole, javelin rockets, EMP rockets, concussion rockets, all that kind of stuff. They also have a suppression line. Can they carry cannons? I don't think so. No. So ammo can be a bit of an issue with suppression when you're not using a cannon with like 6 or more ammo. But you know, you can put some extra ammunition into your mods. But yeah, they start with suppression, which you can improve and get hollow targeting and shredding. So they've got like a nice rifle build. I guess they're maybe not quite as good as the, what was it, Destroyer, that was the cannon plus rockets, I believe. But they're very similar. Yeah, I think they're good. Yeah, I'm gonna put them one step below Destroyer. Rocket builds are very powerful. Like, things you always want 1 or 2 of if you're having a tough mission. And they have a good secondary trooper line that does a lot of good. They got rapid fire at Staff Sergeant. That's not even that hard to get. Depending on what you want, they can be a pretty good shooter with a rifle and also rocketing at the same time. That's a good combo. I like that. That's one of my favorites for XCOMs, going all the way back to the original XCOM, is having people with good rifles or pistols back when you could only afford laser pistols, and then a rocket in their backpack. A rocket launcher in the backpack was classic for a lot of strong units in Xenonauts, and it's hard to just be like, oh, these guys have a gun and a rocket launcher. Like, yeah, that's classic. That's what we do. We bring like 10 of those guys, and we do good. Thumbs up if you've brought like 10 guys with rockets to defeat your enemies. Okay. Trying to just power through. We're almost done. I'm definitely burning out at 3 hours in. Oh man, I thought I might make it under 3. Technician, the other tech. So this is the potentially sniper hacker, but they don't have to use a sniper. They're also really good with rifles. They They can use sniper rifles, regular rifles, and I think that's it. Nothing lighter than that. Yeah, no shotguns or anything. But that's fine. Regular rifles are great. And sniper rifles are good too. They also have a gremlin. So they start... This is one of those cracked classes that has, like, double abilities. They start with trained sniper. If you equip a sniper rifle, you get squad sight. But you don't have to. They also start with frost snap, which sounds like snapshot for a sniper rifle. But you don't have to use it. You could just have it on a normal rifle and apply bitter frost, which is tier 2 ice, for 2 ammo. Non-turn ending is the key. So you can not use a sniper rifle, which is still going to basically mean you end your turn because you can't do a one-shot. They don't have snapshot for a sniper rifle. You could move and frost snap, but you can't frost snap and shoot again with a sniper rifle. However, with a regular rifle, assuming you have at least 3 ammo, you can frost snap and then shoot. So they kind of have the ranger double shot at level 1 at a squaddy, sort of. But they also have a combat scanner and hacking. And they have a nice hacking tree with lots of ice abilities. And they also get access to lead the target, the icy version. Which, again, you don't need a sniper rifle. You can do it with a regular rifle. And they've got a bunch of... It's mostly, like, hacking abilities with a little bit of shooting abilities, which is why I think I started with them as snipers, but I have a lot of snipers, as we can see. So I think I eventually was like, no, they're better with rifles and hacking, actually, because it gives them a little bit more mobility. And they can actually double shot if they need to. Or shoot and hack, which I guess the sniper could do as well. Anyway, technicians are good. They might actually rank higher than the normal snipers because they start with really good abilities. How much higher? I think B tier is just going to get to double lines at this point. It's going to be the most popular, I think. I would rather have a technician than... Yeah, it's a bit better than the normal snipers because it's got more options, I think. It's not as good of a sniper at pure sniping, but it's kind of like in between the hacking specialists. I guess maybe I should put them with those, just at the low end of the hackers. Yeah, comparing it to a specialist, it's pretty similar. Just not as good of a shooting build with all the overwatches. But also still good stuff. Just not... Yeah, you know what? I'll put him with the other hackers. Think of him as a hacker. That's fine. Templar. Okay. Trying to balance my inner hatred of all these pure melee units. The Templar is a hero unit. You know, they are naturally stronger than normal sword guys. I think, unlike the Reaper, which was drastically changed, the Skirmisher and Templar aren't that different than their vanilla counterparts. And the Templar gets that auto momentum. They do have ranged psychic attacks. They generate focus pretty easily. They're good. They're real good. What's my highest ranked melee unit so far? I kind of want to compare them to... I mean, I don't have a lot of high-ranked melee units, do I? Heretic, I guess? So Heretic is like Templar Light. Templar's better than the Heretic, I think. They're similar. Maybe I should keep them together. I guess because he still has the risk of activating... I can't be like, well, just because he's a hero psychic unit, you know, he doesn't activate pods when he runs up in sword stuff like your E ranks. That is true, but he does have other options with ranged psychic attacks. And he can move after he attacks, which they not all can do reliably. But I probably shouldn't put him any higher than B, because he still does have the standard risk of running in and, you know, causing more problems than he helps with. But I think he's a little bit better than Heretic, but B rank is still good. Even the bottom of B rank, like, I will take him. I really like the hero units, so they get a little bit of a higher priority. But yeah, he's probably not as good at someone who can just kill everything from across the map. He does have to go run up there and do it himself, which he's really good at. It's just, you know, if you're going to activate a another giant pod, that might be the end of the group if you're unlucky. Okay, Tesla Trooper, another interesting, unique, well, not unique, but I've never seen this one before. This is a cool custom class. So they've got the Tesla gun, which is the only weapon they need, and a gremlin. I think early on, the Tesla weapons suck. Once they're mid to late game, they're much better. And there's some perks that really get like the chain lightning kind of effect, which is really cool. I think they're going to have to be at least C, though, because early game, they're not great. They can be like a phantom concealment once they get a couple level ups, which is decent. They can hack and do all that from stealth. But they don't get a lot of synergy, right? They don't have a lot of stuff they can do while stealthed. But they do become great AoE and, like, rechargeable, right? It's like the rockets you run out of, these guys just reload and they can keep doing it. And I have definitely seen the Tesla Trooper one-shot entire pods on activation that the arc lightning just hits them all. And you're not doing that at the low levels because their gun damage sucks and accuracy is bad. But they scale better than a lot of units. So I think the top of C, because they've got some weak points, and the early game is very important. I think in the early game they're a liability. But once you get like Gauss Tech or Railgun, whatever it's called, the tier 3 in this mod, but tier 2 in the vanilla, then their gun gets good enough, and once you're like sergeant-ish, staff sergeant rank, sort of mid-game, they can start actually pulling some punches. You have to be careful with them, but they're also amazing at clearing lost missions. Chain lightning just chops through them. Not that lost are usually an issue, that's why I'm not really thinking about them very much, but even though the flamethrowers are good against launch, it just doesn't matter enough, you know. Okay. Titan. This is... I always forget the equipment on it, but I imagine cannons. Pretty sure it's a heavy weapon guy. Yeah, it looks like a big old cannon. So shorty, whatever you like to call him, a little shotgun, and big old cannon. And then, what differentiates him from the gunner? Because this is someone who is very much like a gunner. Instead of a knife, he's got a shorty, like a little baby shotgun. Sawed-off shotgun, whatever you want to call it. So how do we compare against someone who's already in the A rank? I'm just gonna put him here to start. He's got a lot. This is, I think, this is the one that I specialized on the shoddy the most in the build I have. I mean, I'm not showing this off all the time. Oh no! I forgot to tab over. Well, you've been watching me look at my tabs. Damn it! Which ones did I recently do? Tesla Troopers over here. I'm sorry, guys. Tesla Troopers here. Templars here. The other T's. What else have we done recently? Crap. I'm sorry. This is what happens when I have a 3-hour tier list video. This is getting to be a little much. Yeah, you can see the Templar. That's where I put him beside the Heretic. You can see the Tesla Trooper at the top of C. Technician I put at the... Where did I put my Technician? I moved them... Oh, right, with A-rank hackers. Technical... I can't remember how far back. I forgot to tab back in here, damn it. Technicals with the other explosives. But yeah, real good. Survivalist with the other snipers. Surgeon with the snipers. Stormtrooper here. Storm Rider. Hopefully I tabbed over not too far back. Can't remember what I was showing you guys. Well, I can find out when I review it. Anyway, the screen here does show you where everything is. So anyway, where was I? I was trying to figure out what to do with the Titan. So my Titan, like you got to see accidentally, is focused on shoddy shotgun stuff, and he did a good job with it. But you have to get up close, and the big cannon is kind of slow. He doesn't have a very good like cannon build. He does have access to focus, duck and cover, so he kind of takes... I don't know. I don't think he's going to be as good as the gunner. Like, I put him tentatively near gunners and heavies. I don't actually think he's going to be B tier. I just don't think the shotgun, the shorty, is that good. And he doesn't have the cannon build to carry him. Like, he's got some good cannon abilities, but they're not as synergistic. Certainly not bad, but I think of all the heavy cannon guys, and maybe I'm a little bit biased for them, because they do so much damage, and have a lot of ammo, so you don't have to reload. They have a lot more good action efficiency. Let's drop him to high C tier, kind of below the guys I really like, above the kind of decent melee guys. Like, these are really good melee. I think he's better than that. But these guys that can do all the move and run and gun and AoE are probably better. That's my case. Alright. Couple left. Vanguard. What is a Vanguard? I think Master Roshi or something was the guy we had that was a Vanguard. I just can't remember what he did. It was Master Roshi. Shields. Oh. Shield plus shotgun. Okay, kind of like the Hell Knight, but less psychic focused. Let's see. So he starts with nothing. Killing an enemy gives you a movement point. Slug shot. The old slug shot that gives you a long range shot every couple turns rather than just no range penalty now. I don't think this is a very good one. It's another shield unit that's short range. It does get some double picks like Marauder and Grazing Fire for one pick, which is... Marauder is the double shot, and Grazing Fire, I believe, is either no grazes or a miss gets a chance to upgrade to a graze. I forget which is which, but one of those sorts of things. He does have access to focus, which is really nice on a shotgun Overwatch. Center mass plus Marauder. Like, if he could just use a rifle, he'd be great. I don't think he can, though. He'd be almost as good as a Rook just by equipping rifles with no range penalties. But no, he's locked to shotguns, which is a shame. I don't like that. I wish more shotgun people could equip a rifle as well, because, like, I don't know, it's fine. I guess comparing him to other shotguns, like the Assault is your default sort of shotgun guy. Would I think he's better or worse than a standard shotgun? I mean, he's got a bit of extra durability with tanking, shield stuff. Otherwise, he's pretty similar. I'm just going to put him below Assault. I don't really have a huge preference here. I think he's probably, again, usable, but nothing that special. It's hard to get a lot of value out of double shot with a shotgun with Marauder. He's going to probably need to move and shoot most of the time. And he doesn't get hit and run, oddly enough. Well, he does at Tech Sergeant, but that's a long way away. Third from last. Anyway, okay. I'm okay with that. Warden! This is maybe the most complicated of the classes. It's got the stances. So this is a psychic unit that has access to rifles and swords, and is supposed to sort of switch between melee and ranged, offense and defense. I have definitely had some really good turns from them. In fact, I'm just going to put them a little bit below Templar and Heretic, because they play pretty similar. They like to get into melee and do big hits like Templars, although they have some range access with their guns. Not a lot of... Well, no, they start with basically Marauder, called Insight. Standard shots are not turn-ending. You know, just the fact that they start with that and a rifle, I have to pump them up a little bit. They're complicated. And to get full value, you really have to understand changing between stances. But I have definitely seen them, kind of like the Skirmisher, just zoom around and clear a whole ton of enemies. You know what? I will put them at the bottom of A. They're specialty, but they're not locked to swords like these guys. They have a sword, they're good with it, but they can also double shot with a gun. And I know you can get like 2, 3, 4 actions a turn if you're careful with how you kill stuff and move and kill stuff. And they can get teleport. They got some psychic abilities. Yeah, I can't really give them anything but A. These guys are really good. They are really good. They're just a little bit more complicated. And I think that's what I'm going to say is the complexity puts him at the bottom of A, even though he might actually compete with Rooks. It's just... Rooks are very easy. You shield wall, make smoke, Overwatch. These guys, you gotta, like, think about stances and cooldowns and stuff a little bit more. The Witch. Which witch is which? So this is another Templar variant. Unfortunately, this is the Templar variant that, when doing a melee attack, does not get to momentum. Now, they start with the big AoE Hex effect, which is great. So in the early game, they can solo big groups. But if they fail to kill things, they are stranded, which is something Templars and Heretics don't have to worry about. So I think, just to start with, they're a bit weaker than that. Now, they do get very powerful abilities. They can summon little baby ghost chrysalids. They can invest into psychic attacks to do, like, psionic abilities, like, same kind of stuff the Templar and the Heretic can do. I found them tricky to use reliably, because they still have to mostly do melee attacks to generate focus to do the cool stuff. And because they can't move after they attack, they're just not very safe. I'm just going to leave them here. I don't know if they actually qualify as B. Their capacity to kill is very high. Their durability and survivability is lower. But they are... I can keep them with the other Templar style just at the bottom of their pool. I mean, starting with that Hex ability is really good. It's just... I found them much harder to use. The Witches are very finicky. And a lot of time just sit around waiting for a safe turn to attack. So whether or not they even qualify as B is... Well, the worst of the B. Sure, that might be okay. Wraith Commando, our last advent. This one I think is pretty strong. Let me see where we're going here. Seems like the advent guys are not sorted the same. Like they have their own. They just don't care about alphabetical. Wraith Commando. So this is the technically Templar advent. They get a lightsaber plus a pistol. They also get they get default Wraith ability. They can walk through walls just for free as part of their class or their armor. They're also immune to a bunch of stuff like fire and poison and knockback. So this is a cracked unit for sure. They start with a ton of stuff. They've got rends, melee attacks, stuns, and also cannot miss and generates focus and momentum. Yeah, I think they are better than Templar. In fact, I'm going to put them in A. No, I'm putting them in S. I've used these guys enough. They are a little bit slower to ramp up than some of the S tier. They need their focus, basically. Once they've got a few points in focus, their aim and damage go up. But they generate it quick. And once they've got it, they do this power-up that gives them 50% bonus damage. And they can just slaughter groups. Like, the damage potential here, they might literally have the highest potential damage output of any unit in, like, a single attack. Because they can give themselves that 50% damage boost. Plus, they can get extra... They can amplify... Spend one focus as a free action to make enemy take 50% bonus damage. They could have given themselves another 50% damage benefit like the turn before with power up. And then they can do a really powerful, like, can't miss Void Slash at range. The guaranteed crit for, I'm not sure how the math works out, but probably double damage plus its guaranteed hit crit at range. Like, start thinking how these kind of combo up, right? Like that's pretty good. Yeah, I gotta put him in S. he basically makes our actual Templars look weak. And he even has a pistol, so you don't even have to worry. Like, you can do range if you want. And that just leaves our mech. So this is, I think, I'm okay with this. I'm not going to spend too much more time. I wasn't expecting to have too many in F and E. And yeah, the curve looks like most classes are going to be B or C, sort of average or above average. I have a surprising amount of A's and S's, and not too many D, E, F's. Classes that I really didn't want to bring very often. And it is kind of the classes I didn't use very much down here, because I didn't think they contributed as much as the higher tier ones, basically. I forced myself to bring them to level them up, but I very rarely wanted F's or E's. And the D's were, like, workable, but not something I was excited to bring usually. I was hoping I could get something out of them. They had potential. It just didn't work out. And the C's are just, like, decent. Nothing wrong with them. Happy to have them, mostly. They turned out good enough. Whereas everything B and up, like, if I was trying to make a squad, these are the guys I'm looking for, basically. Happy to bring a squad of A's, B's, and C's, or S, A's, and B's. With that said, I will spend a little bit of time here, now that we're 3.5 hours into our video, just to do a quick review of the mechs. I can't skip the mechs now. They've been sitting here all this time. Assault mech, the one I looked at a little bit earlier. The build is mostly melee, which probably means they're the worst of the mechs. Now, the worst mech is still going to be better. Mechs cannot be below C. They are all better than that. In fact, any mech I actually think is probably at least a B tier or higher. In fact, what I will do is I'm just going to put them all at the bottom of A tier. Well, we'll see. We'll see. No. Melee mech might be the worst mech. We'll see. There's other mechs to discuss. The thing is, he's still really good. He can punch and crush. He's got a ton of kinetic damage, and he can still use a shotgun. In fact, you can give him a rifle, but you don't have to give him a shotgun. He's not limited to punching. It's not only punching. It's shooting, and if you want to punch something through a wall, you can. He's got access to focus. He's got a bunch of abilities that kill enemies that are low health without spending an action point. He can ignore armor. He's got a ton of mobility. He's one of the fastest mechs. You can also go high into crit for your shotgun/rifle build. I mean, he's got to be at least a B. You know what? I'm going to put him by the Warden. The mechs are probably going to be mostly S, A, and B. They're too good. Even in the Assault mech, which I might argue is not my favorite, is still really good. Next, Heavy mech. Oh, I know the one. Okay, hold on. Hellion mech was next on my list in game. This is the one. What is the worst mech? Actually, probably this one. Maybe we put him in C. So, now, the thing is, you don't have to equip a flamethrower. You can still... Oh, no, he is locked to a flame. Oh, no, wait. No, he's not on mission. He might be... I feel like he wasn't locked to flamethrowers before. He might literally be locked to the mech flamethrower now. Yeah, okay. I feel like in the past that wasn't true, that you could equip any weapon on any mech. I have to double check. Hold on, what was the assault? Because I may have given you guys bad information. I'm sorry. It may have been like that in the past and then changed or something. Assault mech. Oh, shoot, he's on a mission. I can't tell. Okay, that was the problem. I can't in-game check right now. The assault mech is infiltrating, so I can't see. But for now, flamethrower mech, I cannot unequip a flamethrower and equip just a regular heavy cannon. So... Oh, no, I can. I just have to... Okay, never mind. I understand. I have a canister equipped in the auxiliary slot. I'll show you guys. Just don't forget to go back. If you have a canister equipped, you have to have a flamethrower equipped. If I unequip this to something else, then I can switch this to a different guy. Okay, he's not actually locked to flamethrowers. That was just me being dumb. Okay. Still, his build is for flamethrowers. If we actually look at his abilities, he's got things that make him better with chem throwers. He's also got some things that make his gremlin, if you give him a gremlin or a bit, do gremlin attacks.
I still think he's got to be better than any Geneva. Like, he has to still be better than the Geneva because he's in a mech and he can do all the same things. He doesn't have a rocket, but I mean, you could give him one if you want. Nah, he still has to be B. His build is a little bit on the weak side. So I'm maybe going to say the worst of the mechs, and then maybe that's the floor of mechs is the bottom of B. Is he better than a witch? Probably. But then you're going, okay, I guess this is a question. What I will say while I'm reviewing the mechs is I will review them based on the weapon system that their build incentivizes. You could ignore the build and just give them regular guns and they'll be okay because they're not going to get perks to buff them. But it makes a lot of their perks kind of worthless. But they're just a mech with a big gun and maybe a rocket launcher because you can just give them that. And they're still really good. But I will rate them based on because it's kind of like the mercenary, you can equip whatever, right? So how do you balance that? Well, what I will say here officially for my mech tiering is I'm going to review them. The Hellion is based on him using a flamethrower. The assault mech is based on using a shotgun and a punch because that's the two things he's got in his build. That's the only thing that makes sense to me for keeping this simple. So a Hellion mech with a flamethrower and a bit is the best flamethrower unit we've got. It's got longer range than the other ones. I don't actually think it's much better than my other B tier. It's probably bottom of B-ish. Still, they're more survivable, but they do have downsides. Any of the mechs and sparks, no stealth. The bit gives them a little bit of concealment detection radius, but they tend to be spotted very easily. They slow down infiltration times. There are downsides. They're just also very tanky and durable. And if you're going to run out and light everything on fire, he's really good at that. And plus, the bit gives him some range options. So he's still good, but good enough to be B, maybe not much better. The assault, I think A is as good as I can give him. He is shotgun plus punch, but of anyone that can run up into the middle of combat and take a couple hits, although activating groups is still a problem, the mechs are very durable. It's hard to kill them, so it's a little bit less dangerous to do that. Okay, that's I just gotta get my head straight on how I want to rank these mechs because they're a little bit different than the rest of the classes. Now, Sniper Mech is next on my in-game list, so I'm switching to them. This one's tricky, because if we're going by my rule, they have to use a mech artillery cannon, which is the sniper variant for mechs, and the problem is it has one ammo. Which means they tend to shoot once every 2 turns. Now, they do have access to something. There was an ability that let them reload on a kill. Yeah, they get lock and load by default. So if they take their 1 ammo sniper shot, kill something, they get the ammo back, they can shoot again next turn. But that is very finicky. You miss, and you're out for like 2 turns. Or you just don't kill, and you're out for 2 turns. So that's a not easy to use ability. They also have access. So if you, I think the sniper mech is actually better without a sniper rifle because they have access to Marauder, and you can just give them a normal mech heavy weapon, and they'll be fine. In theory, you could still use the sniper rifle, kill with lock and load, get your ammo back, and then with Marauder shoot again. But you have to keep killing and never miss. I mean, that's gambling. What I ended up doing was building into rockets, because the sniper mech has, generally speaking, a sniper and gunning line, and then a rocket line. And the gunning with sniping is like fun until you miss and then you suck. The rockets are just really good, and you can equip a heavy rocket launcher as just instead of a bit, and just equip them with a bunch of really powerful rockets, and they're really good. So mostly based on the rocket build, less on the sniping build. I have to put them
Of the mechs, this is not my favorite, but I will still put them... I think with my other good rocket launchers. The Destroyer is literally a ground sniper mech that can sniper rifle and rocket. I'm gonna put the mech sniper one step below them only because their sniper rifle, which does do tons of damage, it's stronger in DPS, but it can only fire once if you miss or don't kill. Whereas normal snipers don't have to worry about that. Or they don't have to worry about the reload problem. And we've checked it. We cannot equip auto loaders or extra ammo into these one ammo sniper rifles. There's no way to get around it. Maybe the Keeper could do a reload for you, but that might be the only synergy that could get you around it. I mean, command, extra action, stuff like that might work still, but actually there's a couple gremlin abilities that might reload everybody as well. There's probably a couple ways to get around it, but those are requiring more actions to recover, basically. And that, like, I'm still putting them high A tier. This is a very powerful class. I'm just saying it's a little bit complex, let's say, getting the sniper reloads to work reliably. Are they actually better than... Yeah, melee, flame, yeah. We're still kind of dealing with, like, the weaker mech so far. My next mech is the support mech. And this is a great one because I can just equip a regular mech cannon. And those are just the default best. Like, they're just so reliable. Support mech. It's okay. There's room for some S-class mechs coming. Don't worry. Now, this is the mech that, in theory, is basically a specialist. So maybe we start them adjacent to specialist, because they kind of have the same build. Or at least similar build. They've got bits that can give you, like, revival, healing, rescue, all that kind of stuff if you want, which seems reasonable. And they actually can do an Overwatch build. It's not super well stocked, but just like the specialist, they can definitely do Overwatches. Depends on what you want to prioritize, if you want to do gremlin abilities or shooting abilities. I actually think the gremlin abilities are a bit weaker on a mech because they don't get any advantage for being a mech. Like, the mech cannon has more ammo and damage than a similar technology version ground weapon. I think it's plus 1 or 2 damage base or something like that. And probably 1 or 2 ammo as well. But, so, like, it kind of makes sense to focus on the big gun rather than the default gremlin or bit that anyone can use. But their abilities are still solid. I'm actually going to just put them one step below Specialist, because I think the Specialist has a better Overwatch build, and the mech support abilities are just not that impressive. It's mostly Gremlin Specialist stuff. Why are you paying all the extra... Like, maybe something to think about with mechs is they cost a lot to build and upgrade. So why are you making a support mech when a Specialist is already kind of just as good if you're just trying to do Gremlin abilities? You know, what's the point of investing extra to turn one of your specialists into one of these? I'm not sure that actually is worth much. I mean, it's fun to have one of everything, as I do, but if you're including costs, this tier list might be a little different. But yeah, I'll say they're kind of just like a specialist, but maybe not worth the investment. They're very tanky, but they tend to be a bit slower in mobility and stuff, and they don't get quite as many shooting upgrades as the specialist seems to. Anyway, next up, not too many left. Mech Protect. So, Shield Mech. This is a probably rifle plus shield mech. The only mech I'm going to give a shield. Although, I think the Assault Mech had a shield build as well, if you wanted. But, it's a melee mech. And punching... The punching attachment is in the secondary weapon slot, same as the shield. So you can't punch and shield, you can only shoot and punch, or shoot and shield. So I made more sense for the Assault Mech to go shotgun punch, and then the Protector Mech to go shoot and shield. Was, I think, my logic for that. Trying to test all these things out. The Protector Mech has access to a lot of smoke grenade upgrades, with, like, even at a low level, smoke grenades that give protection from fire, poison, acid. And you can, assuming you get the research unlocked at the proving grounds or whatever, you can get the mech smoke launcher pretty early, and you can upgrade it a little bit too to make it a little bit better. I think you get 3 at least smoke grenades from the 1 slot, and you can get really good smoke upgrades on this guy, as well as some really good defensive things. This is the only class that gets sacrifice, I think, which lets you designate as area, and basically any shots into that area are redirected to this unit. And if you go Aegis plus shield wall and guard and stuff, you can basically take 1 or 2 damage depending on, you know, how much armor and stuff you've got and how big a hit is. And your allies, like, I haven't tested it enough. I don't know how reliable it is, because it's very scary to leave soldiers at low HP and just trust that this one ability will save them, because, you know, XCOM gonna XCOM. But if it is reliable, and so far it has been, they are maybe the best tanking defense unit, plus they are really good at grenade support, which also gives, like, immunity to mental and explosions, and they give you aim bonuses and also the defense bonuses. So maybe this is really, really good. I'm gonna put them somewhere in A. They are still a mech, and they still have an amazing cannon that does a ton of damage anyway, even though there's not a lot of perks for it. Yeah, I'm gonna say they're better than the assault mech and the support mech. I mean, my sniper mech's all the way up here. I think these are better than the sniper mechs. Do I really put them, like... You know what? I'm gonna say top of A tier. The mechs are just built different. It's fair, right? So... I don't think he's good enough to be S tier, because he's still like a defensive focus, and that's not... If things go well, you don't really need smoke to defend. You just kill all your enemies. They don't even get a turn to shoot at you, right? So this is more like a backup plan than a primary plan, and S tier tend to be like how to win the mission straight up, rather than, oh, if the mission is going badly, what do we need to recover? Which is important, but if you can just win without needing to recover, that's better, right? Alright, I'm satisfied with that. Next up, I'm going to do the heavy mech, and then I'll do the hero mechs, because they are also special. Heavy mech is the last of the standard mechs that you can just promote your units to via meching. Heavy mech is going to be our grenade launcher mech, although I think it's rockets or grenades. There is the one I have is all grenades. So yeah, I had my sniper be rockets, and my my heavy be grenades for mechs. And yeah, the build for the heavy does have like the grenade upgrades, like boosted core and needle arsenal and stuff. So he's meant to be grenade launcher. And yeah, he's got... Okay, well, let's start then putting him with the other Mega Grenadiers. The Mega Grenadiers, these guys. He's at least as good as the ground-based Grenadiers, I think. Plus, he's got a big cannon. He can do bombards, either with a cannon or a bit, to do, like, infinite range. Relatively minor damage, but it's pretty good. You know what? I think I'm going to keep him here in the heavy section. I'll put him above the other grenade guys, because if you're going to have a grenadier, he can carry a lot of grenades, and he's also very durable. So and his gun is bigger. You know, he's got a higher damage gun. I think that's okay. He is really good. You know, don't get me wrong. Basically any mech is a valuable add, even if I'm tiering them. I'm trying to say who's stronger or worse. I'm trying to make a list of them. So yes, some of them have to beat others. I think he's at least as good as the ground grenadiers, and maybe all the mechs should just be in their own S+ tier or something anyway. But they're not the best, I don't think. There's a reason none of them have made it to S yet. Because here we go. Probably the best 3 mechs. Let's start with the skirmisher mech. Is this my best mech? I'm just gonna put all... I have to scroll now so much. I'm going to put all 3 of these mechs in the top tier just to start, because they might all be here. Skirmisher mech. So you have to have a second or sacrifice your first skirmisher, because the only way to get a skirmisher mech is to take a skirmisher and upgrade them. Whichever the skirmisher is, wherever he is. These guys. So a skirmisher was already S tier. How does a skirmisher mech compare? Well, my build was punch plus cannon, and his upgrades are very melee focused, but unlike the skirmisher ripjack, the damage is like literally double or more. And he starts with marauder, so he can double shot, not with a bullpup, but with a full-on heavy cannon mech weapon. I mean, yeah, there's no competition. He's better than a skirmisher. Okay, he's not as game-breaking as a saboteur or the psyops. It's a different niche, this spotting stealth stuff. But of the damage-dealing killing, other than specific saboteur psychic tricks, yeah. We've got a few stealth units that maybe are higher ranked, and Mech Skirmisher might be the best killing unit in the late game. Just for running around doing tremendous damage. He can do, I've got him plus 30% damage to robotics and organics, just as a modifier on top of his huge damage already. Yeah, I've seen this guy hit for 20, 30 damage reliably, and multiple times per turn, because he can get hit and run, he can get Burial Strike to finish off weakened enemies, heck, yeah. He's got Lightning Strike to give himself an extra action after an attack, and plus just Marauder double shot by default. He can easily get 3 kills per turn at the point in the game I am at. Like, from full hit points to dead in 3 kills. Yeah. Not much can compete with the Mech Skirmisher. One of probably the most overpowered units in terms of just pure damage potential and decent survivability as a mech. Okay, let's look at the other mechs. There's 2 more. They're going to be pretty competitive. Templar mech. I also equipped Big Cannon plus Punch because, you know, that is how it go. He also gets Psionic Underlay stuff, and if I remember correctly, the Templar mech gets free Fortress, so immunity to explosions and stuff, free Wraith, so this is the mech that can run through walls, and the standard Templar Rend, which means after he attacks, he gets a momentum point as well. It's crazy strong. Is it better than the Skirmisher mech? Not quite. He doesn't have as many ways to chain kills. He doesn't have double shot. He doesn't have hit and run. He's got cool psychic abilities. He's got some AoE. He's got a bit more survivability with like Soul Mania that does damage to enemies that get too close. He can give himself a Soulless Aura to protect his friends. He's a bit more support focused than the Skirmisher, but he also has a build for a flamethrower, which I did not give him technically. His top line is all about like flamethrower stuff. But forget that. Let's just give him a cannon and a punch, and just let him punch things through walls. And the fact that he can run through walls. He also has like a +2 mobility if you give him a shield. So he's another class that could use a shield, or like he could go flamethrower shield or something like that. But punching is just so good because of his rending punch, and I felt like that made sense to give him the bonus damage on it. I think the Skirmisher beats him just barely. They probably need S+ rank, honestly, because these guys are just... It's hard to compare them to the average soldier at this point. And the last mech, although I didn't forget the Spark, don't worry, is the Reaper mech. And I know Reapers were a bit of a letdown. How does the Mech Reaper hold out? Where are you? Do I even still have one? Yeah. Okay, so my Mech Reaper went cannon plus bit, and you need the bit because this is our concealment mech. And if you don't have a bit, you do not get any bonus to concealment, and everyone spots you immediately. So you need that if you want to take advantage of that ability. So, what else does that give us with a Reaper mech? Optical camo. You can reconceal like a Reaper. It's basically the same as not the stay concealed ability, but the temporary 2-turn concealment. So he can reconceal. He's got tracking, which we know is good, but he doesn't have the full conceal. He's also got all squaddies get minus 10% detection, so everyone on the team, like, he helps the whole team out with detection. I mean, that's good. Okay, so I gave him a shooty build that he poisons enemies when he shoots them. And at Sergeant, it gave him double shot. And if you kill stuff while shadowed, which you can only do on cooldown, you stay shadowed. And then my gun also inflicts poison on top of bleeding. Poison and bleeding, and I think I gave him ammo to give it burning as well. And at really high levels, you get an extra action when you shoot an enemy suffering from those. So ideally, he shoots someone, gets them a status affliction, shoots them again with Marauder, but now they're afflicted by a status, which lets them shoot again. So he technically takes a really tanky enemy and shoot them 3 times in a row. Plus, I give him plus 4 damage as his ultimate ability. That's a lot of single target damage, and especially if he's stealthed to start, which you can't do all the time, but you can activate on cooldown. I mean, that is still really good. It's not as crazy as the mobility killing potential of chaining 3 different kills with the Skirmisher and the Templar, but it's still a step above anything else, and I think in practice he plays a lot like the Ranger, except he's better, but only at high levels. He doesn't start like that. You know what? I'll leave him somewhere like this. Another S tier. He beats out a couple guys, because I don't think the Ranger scales super well to the late game. But I still might prefer an Overlord for that crazy long-range squad sight cannon. I mean, these guys are all crazy good at S rank, but... I mean, and the perfect team doesn't just have all the S ranks. It's got a few from the S rank, and then you gotta balance it a little bit with other guys. Alright, that's my play. The Reaper may be the weakest of the hero mechs, but still way above all the other mechs. And last but not least, our Spark. And we used to have 2, but one sadly passed away. So mechs, Sparks, they don't have as much of a direction as the mech classes, because they don't have like you should use a flamethrower or a rifle. They kind of have 2 splits, I guess, in their tree. There's like a melee build. Well, 3, I suppose. There's the tanky, survivable build, the shooty build, and the punchy build. The tanky build is not going to be as good as the protector mech, because they don't have all that crazy shield stuff. But they do get a lot of self-repair and all that. The punching one, I don't think is as strong as the assault mech. They got a lot of the same like punching abilities, but maybe not quite all of them. And then the shooty one, you know, has +1 damage, shredding. You can get, they got that ability that lets them overdrive, which lets them get 3 actions, like 3 shots in a row. And then if you take there's a way to undo the aim consecutive penalty. So you could theoretically take 3 shots every few turns. That all do pretty good damage. I mean, they're definitely strong. I mean, like any mech. They also have, because they're fully mechanical, they're immune to a couple more status effects that other units are not. But they're also harder to repair, technically. I would take a Spark over a Hellion. I might prefer the Heavy. I think B tier is going to be it. Maybe I'll just put him sort of in the middle of B tier. I'll put him near the Reaper, you know, some friends there. I really think the Spark is, like, bland compared to the custom mech classes, but still very usable and a good add-on. But they have the standard, you know, can't hide, can't take cover. Easy to let the squad get revealed early if you're not careful. And I don't know if they add as much value as like the S rank mechs to really make it worth it. Because they add some risk, all these mech heavy units, that you don't have in an all infantry squad. The worst of them, the Hellions, the Spark, the Heavy, it's perhaps debatable if they're worth the risk at some points. Certainly on missions where you don't care about stealth, they're all good. But if you're trying to run concealed and get good activations, you know, they might make that a little harder. They're still very powerful. Once you're revealed, they pretty much always are at least equivalent to B or A tier, just because they're so durable and they've got big guns. I think I'm okay with that. So that's, I think, it. I've spent a lot of time here. The only thing I didn't include are the purely mechanical units. You can build fully robotic units, but they don't have like level up perks. You can't change their equipment. There's not much to talk about. It's like building a shiv. You build them, you send them, they're good, but I mean, there's actually research upgrades for them too in this mod pack, so they're perhaps worth a small discussion. But at 4 hours, I need to call it at here. There's no more to talk about. This is Blue Ankylo's TED Jam Plus tier list for the classes I used. I also did not include the alien units because I didn't add them in, so I don't know how good a Viper is in the team. I am pretty happy with this, although it took longer than I thought it would by 2 or 3 hours. That's insane. But yeah, that's it. This wraps up my Long War 2 playthrough, or my modded Long War 2 playthrough. And the truth is, I probably won't be playing XCOM 2 anymore. The game, it's kind of been love-hate all along since I started. There's a lot of good mechanics and aspects that are a lot of fun, and the mods are amazing. I have nothing but praise. Again, if I'm critiquing mod work, it's always done without any serious criticism because it's all volunteer work. The game is better for the work people are putting in, and even if I'm not a huge fan of some specific decisions, overall I'm very appreciative that these modders put in the work for it, and has definitely revitalized the game a lot in my eyes. However, the core game I am still not really happy with, and it's all like all these mods are working around the things that I don't like. The loading times are insane. The mod, like, and yes, I have a lot of mods installed, but it's out of control how slow the game plays. The loading, the animations, just how often have I got frustrated when one of the cutscenes just plays and you can't skip it, and you can't turn Bradford or whoever, they just interrupt and take control away from the player. I don't understand why game devs keep doing that. It's one thing to have it as an option, and like you want a super interactive cinematic playthrough, that's fine. I know some people like it, and on a first playthrough, most people probably are cool with it. But you gotta be able to turn that stuff off. Either escape to stop it, or like they have literal options to disable some of it, but it's like they couldn't commit to just turning it all off. And when I'm playing a game for the 10th time, speed is really important. Loading quickly, just getting through turns quickly. Once you've mastered the system and you're trying to just go a little quicker because you don't need to think as much, every time you're waiting for the computer or the game to just slowly like pan around and show you stuff back and forth, like stealing the camera control and the volume control from you is just whatever. I don't want to vent too much, but that is the core problem I have with XCOM 2 is the vanilla game mechanics. For every good thing, there's something that I dislike, and as much as we mod it, I can't fully fix it. So I just need to move on to some other games. I don't know what it will be, but I think XCOM 2, as much as there are millions of amazing mods, and I highly recommend if you enjoy the game, try these out. Play the TED Jam Plus. It's very easy to set up. This is one of the easier mod packs. It's just a collection that you just install, and it mostly just works. You don't have to do a lot of configuration, which, when you're dealing with lots of mods, tends to be an issue, right? Trying to make sure they're all compatible. So I appreciate the guys that update and keep relatively compatible mod sets working like this. Mod packs working. It's real fun. And I had a lot of fun. I put a lot of hours into it. I'm glad I went back to it, but I'm dissatisfied with how it has crunched at the end, and I can't quite get the energy, motivation to wrap it up. But anyway, XCOM 2, all good. That's my fun little tier list wrap up. If you made it for 4 hours, you're a champ. Let me know if you disagree with any major tier lists. Obviously, there's like 100 classes, but if there's one that's like really, really offensive, let me know. Maybe I missed something. Maybe something about the miner I didn't understand, or maybe I've overrated the Saboteur, but I'm pretty confident, you know, you could spend hours, even more hours, like min-maxing like minor changes, but I think as a whole, the overall top to bottom, I'm pretty happy with my list, and I highly recommend, if you're playing along, use these guys up in the top if you want strong classes, and use the ones in the bottom if you want weaker classes that maybe you have to be a little bit more creative to get the value out of, or just make the game a little harder. It's not necessarily bad to bring weak units. You just have to play a bit smarter, right? That's all good. It's good to, in fact, again, I'm not trying to complain. It's good to have stronger and weaker units so the player gets to make their own decisions on what's better and weaker. And there are players, I've seen them, that will pick all the weakest units because they think it's more fun that way. Maybe you should play Miner, Arsonist, Purifier, Bishop, Storm Rider, Knight, Blade Dance. Oh man, that's a lot of swords. If you want to make an all melee sword unit, upload it to YouTube. Maybe you get all that algorithm thing. You won't believe I beat XCOM Long War with all melee in 100 hours, the movie emoji face. I don't know how to do it, but whatever the algorithm likes, do that, and you probably get, at least 2 views. Someone will click it. Anyway, that's all for this Blue Ankylo. Happy Halloween. I don't know how long it'll take for this to get uploaded. It might be Halloween by the time this gets up. But yeah, I think as much as this took forever, I'm happy to have it wrapped up. The conclusion, it's nice for me personally to be like, this is the end. And as sad as it is to not finish the campaign, I'd rather have this as the final video in the playlist than will it be continued? No, it won't. Sorry. The end. Thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed. Blue Ankylo needs a drink. See you next time.